Chapter 11-17. Looking at the rather downcast Gao Qing, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh. Gao Qing's second grand-aunt was the second daughter of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan. Gao Shuabu's second sister and Long Xueji's second elder sister. As compared to Gao Shuabu, who was often in secluded cultivation, and Long Xueji, who was renowned outside, this second grand-aunt of Gao Qing's was much more low-key. Yan Zhaoge had virtually never heard of her in the world beyond worlds. On the one hand, she was low-key in the first place. On the other hand, she was already dead. There was even less news about her. 9 heavens soaring solitary crane, splendor fills the divine lands. Yan Zhaoge wanted to change the topic as he asked, the legendary twin prides of the roving jade heavens in recent years? Gao Qing calmed her emotions, calming her thoughts as she nodded, right. Have you heard of them too, little apprentice uncle? Yan Zhaoge said, there are some rumors about the roving jade heavens in the world beyond worlds as well. Still, most of them are very brief. The 2 of them are the most outstanding figures to emerge from our roving jade heavens after little granduncle. Gao Qing nodded, and then she explained. Amongst these words, the second half of the phrase, beauties fill the entire divine continent, refers to little ant, whereas the first half, the solitary crane of the 9 heavens, refers to the disciple of Ashen Spirit Valley's Cloud Emperor, He Mian, whose sword shakes the 9 heavens. He's honored as the exalt of the Holy Court, and some call him the exalt of the 8 heavens. Yan Zhaoge burst out laughing, 8 heavens exalt? What's with that? He's not the 9 heavens exalt? Why don't you be a bit more arrogant and call yourself the 9th firmament sovereign? Now you don't dare call yourself the 9th firmament sovereign. Isn't that a joke? The 9 heavens referred to the sky. The 9 heavens exalt was virtually equivalent to being known as the heavenly exalt. This title was really heavy. The legendary primordial suppressing immortal who ruled alongside the world claimed that he only worshipped the heavens and earth, not the 3 purities. While he said that he only worshipped the heavens and earth, he actually only worshipped the heavenly Tao. The addition of the earth signified harmony between the heavens and the earth. The difference between the heavens and the earth could be seen from this. The number 1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua, who was able to face a true immortal head-on as a human, had been known as the heavenly young master in the past. Now, he was known as the upper exalt, not the heavenly exalt. While this was due to the tradition of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, it was also because the title of heavenly exalt was too heavy. It was not something that humans could bear. Of course, this was what others called him. Chen Qianhua himself did not care about it. According to tradition, the titles of Broad Creed Mountain's past chief of the 8 extremities world all contained the word heaven in them. In that kind of lower realm, it wasn't a big deal. Even if people knew about it, they wouldn't take it too seriously. Most of them would just laugh it off. Still, things were different in the world beyond worlds. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more one had to pay attention to this taboo. With Chen Qianhua's personality, he wasn't too interested in such things. Still, if it was anyone else who was the world beyond worlds upper exalt and encountered other martial saints using the title of heavenly exalt, they would probably take the initiative to measure the other party's worth. The title was too honorable, and not everyone could bear it. It was just like how a person who had yet to ascend to the celestial realm called himself an emperor. That wasn't just a matter of being laughed at. If a true immortal expert with a bad temper or who was more serious found out about it, they might very well come knocking on his door. Also, beating you up would be pointless. If a true emperor were to slay you, no one would pity you as they would only think that you deserved it. In pre-Great Calamity times, similar things had happened before. Those who claimed the title of emperor had had their entire clans directly exterminated by a true immortal. It wasn't 9 heavens he himself who suggested it. Instead, there was indeed someone who addressed him as the 9 heavens exalt when he attained the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt stage. Gao Qing smiled as well, while it was a shortcut to directly change it to his original title of sword shaking 9 heavens, it was still doubted by many. Everything else aside, little granduncle was still in the human realm back then. Gao Qing said, while it was someone else's title, senior he himself did not reject it. Therefore, little granduncle went to look for him. Tsk, tisk. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, 9 heavens transforming into 8 heavens, this is how it came about, right? That's right, little granduncle won the duel in the sword. Gao Qing first nodded before shaking her head, still, this title of 8 heavens exalt is not entirely a joke. While Long Xueji had won that battle, it had only been by a slight margin. Long Xueji had praised He Mian greatly afterwards, as he had once said that it had been the most difficult battle he had had with a martial saint in recent years. While the 9 heavens had transformed into 8 heavens, He Mian could still be considered to have suffered a glorious defeat. Considering that He Mian was younger than Long Xueji and had only just entered the human exalt stage at the time, his strength could be considered shocking. Ha! Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the roving jade heavens as well. This He Mian seemed to be an arrogant person as well. Not feeling ashamed of having retained the title of 8 heavens exalt, he definitely had the intention of challenging Long Xueji again, changing his title from 8 heavens to 9 heavens after his victory. His resolution and confidence could be seen at a glance from this. That's right. After little granduncle pushed open the door to immortality, the sacred court exalt of the roving jade heavens would probably be one of the most powerful martial saints. Gao Qing said straightforwardly, little aunt's talent is comparable to his. Still, because of her age, she is still a 9th-level martial saint. She would naturally not be able to defeat an exalt of the sacred court. Little aunt aside, even grandfather would not have sufficient confidence in facing off against an exalt of the sacred court. Gao Qing had spoken to her heart's content for a time. Only afterwards did she realize that it was inappropriate, as she unconsciously shrunk her neck, as if her grandfather, Gao Xuebua, was right beside her. She looked at Yan Zhaoge in an ingratiating manner. Little apprentice uncle, could you pretend that you didn't hear my last sentence just now? That is hard to say. Sometimes, my memory is very bad, but sometimes it is very good, Yan Zhaoge intentionally teased. Gao Qing's face instantly turned bitter as she regretted her words. The two chatted and laughed as they headed north, traversing countless mountains and rivers as they headed in the direction of the Yu region. Just as they were about to leave the borders of the Yu region, Yan Zhaoge glanced back in the direction of Green Duckweed Mountain seemingly unintentionally. After leaving Green Duckweed Mountain, that sharp aura that shook one's soul had faded greatly, as it no longer gave one the feeling of being on the edge of a sword. After having left the Yu region, that sharp aura virtually could no longer be felt at all. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he retracted his attention, traveling together with Gao Qing as they headed to the Yu region's heavenly contour mountains Dynasty Vessel Valley. They did not encounter any trouble along the way or when Daihong blocking their path to challenge them. While it was only Gao Qing who had led the way, Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua had definitely not been slacking off. After a rather long time, their destination finally appeared before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. While the northern lands were icy cold, there was currently no wind or snow. As the sunlight shone down, the snowy water was insufficient to freeze. Still, an ice-sealed gorge appeared before their eyes, the entire gorge frozen within a glacier. As Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing approached, before they could even be notified, a crevice soundlessly split open within that glacier, resembling an open door as it welcomed the two within. Chapter 11:18. Looking at the glacier, feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations within, Yan Zhaoge seemed to realize something. It really is of the same origin as the female emperor Jie Mingkong, just that there are some differences in the details. Little apprentice uncle, let's go in. Gao Qing looked at him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, all right. The two entered the icy valley together. After traversing through the layers of cold ice, a wave of warmth assaulted their faces. Sunlight actually seeped through the valley, which had appeared dark due to being sealed off by the ice. As Yan Zhaoge walked in, the scene that appeared before him was actually one of spring, the grass growing long and birds flying in the air. The sunlight here was not natural sunlight. Instead, it was condensed from the light of the sun by someone, being equivalent to man-made. The owner of this place probably has a different personality from the female emperor. this thought quickly flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. The world of ice outside the valley was for the sake of concealment. It was warm as spring within the valley, which was the ideal living environment for the owner of this place. As the two entered the depths of the valley, they did not see any attendants or servants within. Granny Li resides here alone, having no disciples as she only has a strange beast, the Fei-Fei, by her side, Gao Qing said, not finding it strange at all. Yan Zhaoge nodded in understanding. At the center of the valley, a small courtyard could be seen amidst the flowers and grass. Outside the courtyard, Gao Qing raised her voice, "We're here." Granny Li laughter resounded from within the courtyard. "If you already knew, come in yourself. You're already familiar with this place." "Yes, Granny." Gao Qing smilingly pushed open the door, turning to look at Yan Zhaoge. "Come, little apprentice uncle. I'm very familiar with Granny's place." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, entering alongside Gao Qing. As the door was pushed open, a faint white qi surged. Coming into contact with that white qi, Yan Zhaoge felt a bone-piercing chill which he could feel even with his current cultivation base. Yet, this white qi did not affect the warm environment of the surrounding valley in the slightest as it was clearly visible. With Gao Qing's cultivation base, while she had long since broken through space to see true divinity, she would probably be frozen stiff in an instant if she were to directly walk amidst the white icy fog. Still, a red jade pendant hung around her neck which emitted a ring of red light that kept the icy fog at bay, protecting her from being harmed by the extreme cold. "Granny Li gave it to me," Gao Qing said as she walked. "This way, little apprentice uncle." In front of him was a vast icy mist, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even if a martial saint entered, he would not be able to see anything clearly. It was set up by the master of this place, forming a protective restriction. It was formed from his own immortal energy, as well as formation mysteries merged within. With Yan Zhaoge's eyesight, just having entered the icy fog, he could already feel that time seemed to have come to a standstill. He had cultivated the immortal trapping sword and the Aeon Light heavenly tome, so he had a deep understanding of the profound mysteries of time. If it were anyone else, they would probably be unconscious. Time stopped, as if they were sleeping peacefully. Just like how Yan Zhaoge had wielded the thunder of eternal night to deal with others in the past. If one lost consciousness, even if they didn't freeze to death, they would remain in the ice fog forever. At that time, as time passed, he would eventually run out of energy and really become a lifeless ice sculpture. However, the person who set up this protective restriction deliberately left a chance of survival. She had clearly imparted to Gao Qing the method to find this chance of survival and to pass this trial. Gao Qing was indeed familiar with this place as she led Yan Zhaoge through the restrictions. Only after the icy fog before them had vanished did the two truly enter this small courtyard. Just having entered, an ear-piercing shriek resounded by their ears. "I don't want to. Let go of me, Lily. I don't." Before she had finished speaking, she was interrupted as an indistinct voice resounded. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a woman grabbing a strange beast that resembled a small fox with both hands, pressing it head first into a basin of water. The small beast struggled unceasingly. "Lily, I'm telling you. I won't be a gentleman if I don't take revenge. Woo." The voice that had spoken was shockingly that small beast that resembled a fox, its tone sharp like that of a child. This small beast resembled a fox in appearance, its entire body snowy white and its limbs thick and short. It was precisely the legendary Fei-Fei. These beasts were few in number and could be used to alleviate one's worries, not being fond of fighting. Still, Yan Zhaoge could tell with a single glance that while this Fei-Fei was small in size, the dense demonic qi concealed within its body was much more powerful than most demonic beasts he had seen before. If this strange beast were to go berserk outside, human exalts aside, there would probably be few who would be able to withstand it. Yet, this Fei-Fei was currently being pressed into a basin of water like a small cat, being rubbed unceasingly as it was being forced to take a bath. The woman who was pressing it down had the appearance of a young girl who looked no more than 16 years of age, similar in age to the similarly young Gao Qing. "Behave yourself. How long has it been since you last took a bath? It's fine if you don't like to be clean normally," but you have to meet guests now. The woman rubbed that Fei while looking up at the entrance of the courtyard, smiling. Qing, you're here? Go in and find a place to sit. I'll be right back after I've finished bathing Ping Ping. Gao Qing called joyfully. Granny Li looking at that Fei again, she was all smiles as she said, Ping Ping, you're running away to be washed again. Little Gao Qing, don't just stand there and watch. Come save me quickly, woo. That Fei struggled to speak before it was drenched in water once more. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Oh, that mischievous fatty at home, have I been too indulgent and pampering him? Looking at him, the woman smiled. You are Boss Yu's junior apprentice nephew? Hearing this form of address, Yan Zhaoge was momentarily taken aback before realizing that she was referring to the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei. Yan Zhaoge pays his respects to senior. Even as Yan Zhaoge answered, thoughts flashed within his mind. It seemed like the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei knew that the female emperor had not been the only disciple of the Astro sovereign in the past. Still, he seemed to have kept his mouth shut about this, as he had not even told Wang Pu, Nye Jingshan and Bai Tao about it. I wonder how I should address senior. Yan Zhaoge considered his words for a moment. Yan Zhaoge would definitely not follow suit if Gao Qing addressed the other party as Granny Li. I am Chu Lily. My master was a close friend of your ancestor. Still, to be honest, I was born too late, having never seen your ancestor's flare. Instead, I am rather familiar with Boss Yu. The woman smiled. If it is from Boss Yu, you can call me aunt. Otherwise, I don't mind if we talk about our own relationship. While her tone was casual, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel the majestic power within her body. While she might seem a little unreliable, not having the demeanor of an emperor at all. Still, she was a genuine true immortal like the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Long Xueji. Since the other party did not have an emperor title or an exalted title, Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Senior Chu seems to want this Yan to bring a letter back to the world beyond worlds. I wonder who it is for. Chapter 11:19. That's right. If it's convenient for you, help me send a letter back. As Chu Lily said this, she first cleaned the Fei in her hands. The beast that resembled a little white fox did not appreciate her kindness at all as it shook off the water droplets on its body rather discontentedly. Let me tell you, Lily, don't even think about sleeping in for the next few days. I'll definitely wake you up early. You dare. Chu Lily flicked the head of the Fei, instantly causing the little beast that could kill an immortal bridge marshal saint with a single slap to sprawl on the ground. The little beast clutched its head with its paws. Humph, just wait and see. While it was very dangerous to make fun of an emperor, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile as he looked at the two of them. Please help me send this letter to Kunlun Mountain's restful immortal valley in the world beyond worlds. Chu Lily did not mind, just that a jade coin had appeared in her hand. The message she wanted to send was sealed within this jade coin. It was just that the destination caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jump. It was not for the female emperor of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale or the sword sovereign of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. This letter was actually for the concealed sovereign of Restful Immortal Valley. If she knew that the sword sovereign was not in the world beyond worlds, it would be fine if she did not send the letter to Jade Capital Crag. However, she did not send it to the female emperor either. The concealed sovereign was indeed in the world beyond worlds now, but he was in seclusion most of the time. Was Chu Lily sending the letter to the concealed sovereign or asking him to send it to someone else? Was the Astro sovereign still in the world beyond worlds? Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Of course it's convenient, Yan Zhaoge first agreed. Since Gao Xuebue and the others of the roving Jade Heavens did not mind him sending the letter for Chu Lily, it meant that they were very certain that Chu Lily was not a spy. Yan Zhaoge sending the letter for Chu Lily would not be a taboo for the roving Jade Heavens. Still, before I left the world beyond worlds, I heard that the concealed sovereign is in seclusion again. He probably would not care about external affairs for a long time. Yan Zhaoge reminded, not that this Yan is making excuses, but it really cannot be guaranteed that this letter will be delivered to the concealed sovereign in time. It may only be delivered a little later. Even after the Brocade Emperor had caused such a huge ruckus, the concealed sovereign had not appeared. From the looks of it, it was as if he was in death's seclusion. I see. Chu Lily looked disappointed. She pondered for a moment before saying, since that is so, please help me deliver this to Jade Capital Crag. When Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, you can just hand it over to him. If the concealed sovereign leaves seclusion before Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, send him to the restful Immortal Valley then. Yan Zhaoge nodded, receiving the jade coin. He didn't seem to want to consider becoming a disciple of the Earth Sovereign of Qilin Cliff. Senior Chu, forgive me for asking, Yan Zhaoge probed, is your master, he? Chu Lily paused halfway through her sentence. Her mood became gloomy. He almost acted up again. She waved her hands towards Yan Zhaoge in utter boredom. When you go back and see Boss Yu, ask him. If he can tell you, he will tell you. All right. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. From Chu Lily's attitude and tone, he could already make some judgments. First, Astro Sovereign should still be alive and hadn't died yet. At least, when Chu Lily, who lived here in seclusion, mentioned Astro Sovereign, she didn't look sad at all. Whether her information was correct or not, it was hard to judge. Second, there was a reason why Chu Lily hid herself in the roving Jade Heavens and isolated herself from the world. Maybe it was related to Astro Sovereign, and the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei should know about it. With Chu Lily's personality, she obviously wouldn't like to live in seclusion like this. The current situation was a kind of pressure for her. But she endured it and restrained herself. Maybe she was willing to accept punishment because she had made some kind of mistake, or she was avoiding trouble and didn't want to make it worse. From this point of view, there might be hidden dangers in this matter. But relatively speaking, there were also opportunities hidden in the dangers. Actually, the only problem that he should pay attention to was female Emperor Jie Mingkong, who seemed to have nothing to do with this. Although it seemed to have nothing to do with this, it was the biggest problem. After all, female Emperor was also a disciple of Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily's senior apprentice sister. However, it was not good to ask Chu Lily herself about this. He could only ask Sword Sovereign or Concealed Sovereign when he returned to the world beyond worlds. Now, Yan Zhaoge could only hope that Chu Lily didn't mention female Emperor because she knew that female Emperor didn't know the situation of Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, Yan Zhaoge would be in a lot more trouble after this matter. Yan Zhaoge had heard a rumor from Wang Pu. Jie Mingkong, the #1 emperor in the world beyond worlds, had opened her eyes. Yan Zhaoge agreed with this rumor because he had seen female emperor fight with his own eyes. Being knowledgeable, he knew the trick of it. Female emperor didn't keep silent and sealed herself in ice. Actually, she was cultivating something similar to the silent meditation of Buddhism, which was called Dark Profound Pass. In other words, although she could go out and had attended the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, she was actually in a state of seclusion at that time. Even when she fought with Heaven Emperor, she still didn't come out. Only when she opened her eyes could she really come out. Before this, when she fought with others, it would actually be equivalent to her cultivating while fighting with others. While the atmosphere had been pretty good during the opening ceremony, only the heavens knew if anything unexpected would happen after the female emperor learned of the letter he had delivered today. Granny, my little apprentice uncle is helping you deliver the letter. Isn't there any benefit in it? Gao Qing hugged Chu Lily's arm, asking smilingly. Yan Zhaoge gave her a big thumbs up in his heart. Well done. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao really didn't send you over for nothing. Even if Chu Lily didn't give him a reward, Yan Zhaoge still intended to accept this task. Once the matter was completed and everything was done properly, there would naturally be potential benefits waiting for him. Still, if he could get some benefits now, Yan Zhaoge would definitely accept it. You, Chu Lily tapped Gao Qing's nose, am I the sort of person who orders others around for free? With a light wave of her hand, a completely transparent crystal bottle appeared before Yan Zhaoge. Still, I am indeed a poor person, not having anything that I can take out. Little friend Yan, why don't you take a look and see if this thing catches your eye? Yan Zhaoge received the crystal bottle, uncorking it and sniffing it lightly. Oh, it's actually devil's sealing godly water? Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. This was a good item for dealing with the evil devils of the 9 underworlds. If the cultivation bases of the 9 underworlds were high, treasures like the devil-shattering arrow would be useless against them. While the devil-sealing godly water was unable to slay peak devils, it could seal and suppress many of them. Used at a critical moment, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. Chapter 11:20. The martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace of Pre-Great Calamity Times contained the method to refine the demon-sealing godly water. Sadly, Yan Zhaoge currently did not have the raw materials, and even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Therefore, he had not thought about this thing all along. Even if he didn't use it to deal with the demons of the netherworld, the demon-sealing godly water itself was an excellent material for forging tools. Just like the splendid thousand yarn, it could be used to forge immortal weapons. If it could only be used to deal with the demons of the netherworld, it would be somewhat useless. The effects weren't singular, and every effect could be said to be top-notch. The value of this item skyrocketed. What satisfied Yan Zhaoge the most was the fact that devil-sealing godly water was incomparably rare and precious. While the bottle before him did not seem like much, it could actually be considered to be an ocean's worth. Thank you, Senior Chu. Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony as he kept the small crystal bottle, cupping his hands towards Chu Lily. It is just that this Yan is untalented and often roams about. If there is a reply, I might not be able to send it back in time. I would have to entrust it to someone else then. I wonder if Senior Chu would mind. Chu Lily thought for a moment before replying, if you can handle it yourself, that would naturally be for the best. If you can't, then let Boss Yu and the others decide. I will follow Senior's instructions. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. The conversation that followed was much more relaxed. Most of it was a discussion about Dao techniques. Chu Lily had pushed open the immortal door. Her experience was needless to say. Still, as they conversed, she discovered to her surprise that Yan Zhaoge, who was still a martial saint, had many extraordinary insights that far surpassed that of ordinary martial saints. As the two of them chatted, they eventually started teasing Gao Qing, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. In the end, Chu Lily smiled and said, "I'm really happy today, but I've delayed you for a long time. Little Qing, accompany your martial uncle back. After all, it's his first time in roving Jade Heavens." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing immediately took their leave, Gao Qing even saying, "I will bring senior apprentice uncle back to Green Duckweed Mountain before coming back to chat with you, Granny." Go, go. Chu Lily waved at them. When the two of them left the courtyard, Chu Lily sighed and looked at the sky above, lost in thought. A desolate expression gradually appeared on her face. The fox-like Fei jumped onto her shoulder and gently brushed her cheek with its furry tail. "Lily, don't be sad. His Majesty Astro Sovereign must be fine. After receiving your letter, he must have sent you a reply. Ping ping, I must go back to see Master." Chu Lily's empty eyes became focused again as she said word by word. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing left Dynasty Vessel Valley, immediately returning to Green Duckweed Mountain in the Yu region. On the way, he turned his head back to look at the Tianqua Mountain where Chaohang Valley was. "What is it, little apprentice uncle?" Seeing Yan Zhaoge's movements, Gao Qing asked curiously. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head, "It's fine, let's go." While Gao Qing was on rather good terms with Chu Lily, she clearly did not know what exactly had happened to Chu Lily and why she had left the world beyond worlds to live in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens. Even the top almighties of the roving Jade Heavens were quite curious about this. They must have been monitoring Chu Lily for a long time. Even now, they might not really let their guard down. Some had used Yan Zhaoge, who also hailed from the world beyond worlds, to probe her. Indeed, there had been some activity. Chu Lily virtually never left the roving Jade Heavens as it would be very difficult for her to obtain important information. Therefore, There was no need to worry that she was merely passing on information. Still, the information contained within the jade coin that Yan Zhaoge possessed would probably be of interest even to Gao Shuebo and Long Xueji. Right, little apprentice uncle. On the way, Gao Qing suddenly thought of something. Do you still remember the first time we met? Yan Zhaoge casually answered, I do. It was in that world of 7 immortal pills. His heart jolted as he recalled what had happened that year. Back then, aside from him and Feng Yunsheng, there had also been the roving Jade Heavens disciples led by Gao Qing and the ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners led by Fu Ting of the world beyond worlds. The 3 sects had congregated then, vying for the profound sky-purple gold furnace within the world of immortal pills. Whether it was the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak or the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountains ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, late Immortal Bridge martial saints had participated then. For Yan Zhaoge, who had still been emerging avatar martial saint at the time, both sides had been massive entities that were hard to shake. It would not be easy for him to take advantage of the situation. He could only wait and see if both sides would be heavily injured, giving him a chance to reap the benefits. Who would have thought that a strange change would suddenly occur in the end? The illusory silhouette of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall actually resembled a living monster as it devoured the 6 immortal bridge martial saints of ingenious Flying Peak and Minor White Peak from across numerous layers of space. The profound sky-purple gold furnace was drawn along as well, traversing through space as if wanting to return to the pill hall. Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting, Gao Qing and the others were drawn away along with it. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge had secretly activated the profound sky-purple gold furnace, shaking off the suction force of the pill hall and allowing them to escape with their lives. The profound sky-purple gold furnace had thus secretly fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Afterwards, they had ended up in the blessed lands of Buddhism, landing in a Buddhist world known as the Obscured Way world. Still, the first 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had been drawn away had not been able to escape as there had been no news of them thereafter. When Yan Zhaoge had met Fu Ting again earlier, he had even mentioned this matter. It was said that the Brocade Emperor and the experts of ingenious Flying Peak had both attempted to search for them, yet had found nothing. I wonder how those fellow Taoists of your lineage who were lost amidst space back then are now. He asked Gao Qing, is there any news? Gao Qing answered, there is no news of senior apprentice Grand Aunt Tang and the others. Still, little granduncle discovered some clues amidst space earlier that seemed to point towards that legendary pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. She was deeply worried. More than 10 years have already passed. Even if they can find the pill hall, Senior Apprentice Grand Aunt Tang and the others are probably, may the heavens bless them. Yan Zhaoge could not say anything more now. It was naturally a good thing that the roving Jade Heavens had obtained new clues. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was better for him to wait and see. The pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had successfully survived the Great Calamity and been completely preserved. Still, it seemed rather strange now. When the two returned to Minor White Peak, Long Xueji was nowhere to be seen. Only Gao Shuebo and Long Hanhua were present. Yan Zhaoge did not conceal their meeting as he gave a rough account of it. Sending it to the Sword Sovereign or the Concealed Sovereign, yet not mentioning the female emperor. Gao Shuebo pondered for a while before saying, if you are willing to accept this matter, just accept it. If it is difficult for you, this old man can find someone to do it for you. It will not cause any problems. He felt that this matter was probably more dangerous than fortuitous for Yan Zhaoge. If he offended the female emperor Jie Mingkong, the losses would outweigh the gains. If his roving Jade Heavens sent someone to do it for him, he would not have to worry about this. It is fine. Leave it to me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, Yan Zhaoge smiled, though he was not joking at all. Seeing this, Gao Shuebo nodded before changing the topic. News just came from the world beyond worlds. This morning, the Upper Exaltation Xianhua trampled on ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Chapter 1121. While the consequences of having their identities exposed would most likely not be good, whether it was the world beyond worlds or the roving Jade Heavens, Both sides had sent people to infiltrate the other's territories in secret to gather information. It was extremely difficult to get first-hand access to secret and important information. However, the upper exalt Qin Xianhua had actually gone to attack the Dao arena of the Brocade Emperor's lineage. It would be very difficult for such a thing to remain undetected. Although there were people who dealt with the matter in a low-key manner and prevented the news from spreading, there was no doubt that this was an earth-shattering event. On one side was the head of the 10 Exalts, the undisputed #1 expert of the world beyond world's martial saint realm, one of the most outstanding geniuses of the past 200 to 300 years. On one side was a true immortal of the 5 emperors, one of the peak figures of the entire world beyond worlds. The collision of these two colossal beings naturally caused quite a commotion. Still, the Brocade Emperor himself was not in the cave manner. In the end, Qin Xianhua directly destroyed ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Red Lotus Cliff was where the Brocade Emperor's Dao tradition was located. Its defensive power was naturally not something that the minor no-hatred Dao arena could compare to. Still, the upper exalt Qin Xianhua was an expert who could contend head-on with the Brocade Emperor himself. Without the Brocade Emperor personally presiding over it, while Red Lotus Cliff could block Qin Xianhua for a time, given enough time, he would be able to break through it in the end. Hearing the news, Yan Zhaoge was a little taken aback, but not especially shocked. He now had some understanding of that upper exalt's temperament. While he had been backstabbed by Yan Zhaoge in the 9 underworlds, being injured by the Brocade Emperor's immortal artifact, the 4 Grands earlier Heaven Flag, in the end, he had still been injured. Still, Qin Xianhua would not be unable to forget the Brocade Emperor just because of this, thinking about taking revenge for him. There was only one reason why he went to destroy ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Fu Ting. Qin Xianhua's target was the Brocade Emperor's eldest daughter, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting. Of course, he didn't have any special feelings for Fu Ting, and he wasn't going to ask for her hand in marriage on behalf of his younger brother, Qin Kuanhua. To be precise, Qin Xianhua's goal was to kill Fu Ting. Whether or not a victor was determined in the battle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors, killing Fu Ting and Meng Wan would allow the strength of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor who walked the unfeeling path to increase. This was not a result that Yan Zhaoge was happy to see. Qin Xianhua was using the Brocade Emperor as a chess piece against Yan Zhaoge. I wonder if there were any casualties at Red Lotus Cliff? Yan Zhaoge asked. What was the final result? Long Hanhua answered, the exact situation is unclear, but there are indeed casualties. With the Brocade Emperor himself not present, did no one obstruct him? Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly. Long Hanhua was silent for a moment before he said, the encompassing Emperor made a move, but failed within the Great Hall. Red Lotus Cliff was ultimately breached by the upper exalt. Oh? Yan Zhaoge was a little surprised this time. Generally speaking, when the strengths of A and B were about the same, A would attack C, and B would try to protect C. In this situation, A would have the initiative, and it would be easier for him to gain the upper hand. However, in today's matter, Red Lotus Cliff, as the third party, had focused on defending themselves. Their strength was not weak. Secondly, the strengths of the two sides were not equal. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base, the upper exalt Qin Xianhua possessed the ability to contend head-on against true immortals. He was the only martial saint in the current world beyond worlds who could do so, truly deserving of the title of the strongest martial saint. The problem, however, was that the encompassing emperor had an accompanying immortal artifact just like the Brocade Emperor. While immortal realm experts might not be able to do anything to a human martial saint, it would not be nice for him to have actually used an immortal artifact. Still, since it was to protect Red Lotus Cliff, it was understandable that the encompassing emperor had gone all out. If the encompassing emperor had used an immortal artifact, yet Qin Xianhua had still succeeded in breaching Red Lotus Cliff, it would be rather shocking indeed. The encompassing emperor did not bring an immortal artifact with him? Yan Zhaoge asked. Having clashed with Qin Xianhua before, he knew that Qin Xianhua was indeed very powerful. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not believe that Qin Qianhua had been able to withstand the attack of a true immortal who wielded an immortal artifact barehanded while also breaching Red Lotus Cliff. The encompassing emperor finally used an immortal artifact, Long Hanhua said quietly. Yan Zhaoge frowned, a thought flashing through his mind, could it be? You guessed right, knowing what he was thinking, Long Hanhua answered, Upper Qin also wielded an immortal artifact. This is really... Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. Gao Xuebua and Long Hanhua exchanged glances, shaking their heads as well. An immortal weapon was hard to come by. One reason was that it was difficult to forge, and the other reason was that the materials were scarce. Therefore, some of the great emperors who had truly pushed open the immortal door might not even have an immortal weapon. This had already been the case before the Great Calamity, much less needed to be said about the era after the Great Calamity. Even perfected immortals lacked immortal weapons, let alone mortal martial saints. It was true that there were always exceptions to everything. For example, Gao Xuebua, who was standing before Yan Zhaoge, was a human exalt who wielded an immortal artifact of the leakless level. However, strictly speaking, this immortal weapon could not be considered as Gao Xuebua's personal possession. It was the sword of his mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, when she was still a leakless true immortal. Afterwards, it was passed down to her eldest son, Gao Xuebua, to wield. That was why Gao Xuebua could wield an immortal weapon as a martial saint. His younger brother, Long Xueji, had already opened the immortal door, but he did not even have an immortal weapon. Of course, this was related to Long Xueji's advocacy of forging his own swords. In any case, it was evident how rare it was for a martial saint to possess an immortal weapon. Qin Qianhua didn't have an elder who could pass down an immortal weapon to him, his own fortuitous encounter. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The origin heavenly scripture is indeed sharp in this aspect. The information obtained from the roving Jade Heavens was still too simple, as it was unclear exactly what was going on in the world beyond worlds. Still, with Qin Qianhua having stirred up so much trouble this time, Yan Zhaoge believed that things would not end so simply. Instead, Yan Zhaoge was rather uncertain about Fu Ting's current situation. Logically speaking, Red Lotus Cliff and Fu Ting should have made preparations in case the Brocade Emperor suddenly rose in revolt. In the end, it had been Qin Qianhua instead of the Brocade Emperor. If it had been anyone else, Fu Ting would have been able to escape this tribulation if she had not been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time. Still, it would have been much easier for Qin Qianhua to find Fu Ting's whereabouts since he possessed the origin heavenly scripture. If Fu Ting had been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time but not been killed by Qin Qianhua on the spot, instead being taken away by the encompassing emperor for protection, she would have been a little safer. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, I intend to return to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before bidding farewell to Gao Xuebua and the others. Whether it was his personal friendship with Fu Ting or the conflict between the Black and White Brocade Emperors, Yan Zhaoge would have to hurry back to the world beyond worlds. While he did not understand Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, Gao Xuebua did not question him as he immediately nodded in agreement. Send my regards to your father. The roving Jade Heavens welcome you all. Thank you, senior apprentice Uncle Gao. After taking his leave of Gao Xuebua, Long Hanhua and the others, Yan Zhaoge brought Meng Wan along as he returned to the world beyond worlds. Traveling from the roving Jade Heavens to the world beyond worlds required traversing numerous layers of space. When the two had finally returned to the world beyond worlds after a long journey, before they had even stabilized their footing, they learned of another piece of unexpected news. A new southern exalt had ascended to the throne. Chapter 1122. After learning that Qin Qianhua had broken through ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, Yan Zhaoge immediately took his leave from the roving Jade Heavens and returned to the world beyond worlds. Still, traveling from the roving Jade Heavens to the world beyond worlds was not something that could be accomplished in a single step, as one would have to traverse numerous layers of space. The long journey would take up a lot of time. While Yan Zhaoge was hurrying on his way, it was naturally impossible for the others to just wait for him to return without doing anything. Many other things happened during this time. In the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua's attack on the Dao arena and cave manor of the Brocade Emperor's lineage had undoubtedly caused great waves. The influence of this matter might even shake the current structure of the world beyond worlds: 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Under the control of some people, the news did not spread widely, but in the eyes of those who knew about it, it was no small matter. On the other hand, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had sufficiently proven his strength as well. Against the pressure of the myriad emperor, he had actually still been able to breach the Brocade Emperor's dwelling. The encompassing emperor had used an immortal weapon, but Chen Qianhua actually had an immortal weapon to defend himself. The eye-catching battle record raised Chen Qianhua's reputation once again. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had always been superior to the 10 exalts. The true immortal martial emperors who pushed open the immortal door were fundamentally different from the martial sages who remained in the mortal world. They were on 2 completely different levels of deterrence. But this time, Chen Qianhua had broken that barrier. As a human immortal, he was truly on the same level as a true immortal emperor. In the hearts of many in the know, he was an emperor in name but not in name. Of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it might be more accurate to say that there were 3 sovereigns and 6 emperors. If, one day, he also pushed open the immortal door and achieved the leakless body, the realm of true immortals, what kind of strength would he have? Of course, even then, everyone believed that since Chen Qianhua had destroyed Ingenious Flying Peak, the matter wouldn't end so easily. As the person concerned, the Brocade Emperor would definitely not let things go just like that. The encompassing emperor, who had lost face in the mediation, might not continue to pester the matter. After all, both sides had relied on their own abilities. However, the 3 sovereigns would not sit idly by. While the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign were not in the world beyond worlds and the concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation, as soon as the 3 bigwigs were free, it was possible that they would get involved in this matter. Chen Qianhua himself did not care about any of this. The 3 sovereigns might ask about this matter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not take the praises and fear of the others to heart. He didn't feel worried, nor did he feel complacent. He was just a little annoyed because he hadn't achieved his goal. Fu Ting was not at Red Lotus Cliff. So that's how it is. There is a ritual that the Brocade Emperor designed for Red Lotus Fu here which is closely related to her. It is no wonder that I misjudged it. It is the handiwork of a true immortal after all. Unable to find Fu Ting, Chen Qianhua left the Red Lotus Cliff. A faint trace of interest appeared on his lazy face. This ritual. Oh, it wants to try and eliminate the influence caused by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Chen Qianhua seemed to be completely unaware that his previous actions had caused a mighty uproar, and he leisurely returned to his abode in Kunlun Mountain, Qianhua Peak. It was not caused by the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time. Instead, it was something that happened some years ago, he muttered to himself as he walked, his gaze distant as streams of light seemed to flash through it. Still, being willing to forsake this ritual and hide from Red Lotus Cliff, you are actually hiding from the Brocade Emperor? Chen Qianhua chuckled, the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time is interesting indeed. Returning to Qianhua Peak, he saw that the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua was still waiting there. After learning about the details, Chen Kuanhua could not help but feel dazed. This matter could be big or small, but it was not something that he could help to cover up. Chen Kuanhua said nothing about Fu Ting's predicament. He understood this elder brother of his too well. When he did things, he would not care about the thoughts and feelings of others, even if that person was his own younger brother. Meanwhile, he had no ability to stop his elder brother. Still, it is still not as interesting as that Yan Zhaoga. Chen Qianhua lazily reclined in his armchair, a rare look of excitement appearing on his face. If I want to find that Red Lotus Fu, it will probably fall on Yan Zhaoga. This really could not be any better. I was just thinking of having some fun with that Yan Zhaoga in the first place. Chen Kuanhua frowned. Yan Zhaoga? That's right. I have tried to find Red Lotus Fu's whereabouts, but the clues are indistinct and scattered. This means that someone is helping her conceal her karma and fate. Chen Qianhua said matter-of-factly, in the world beyond worlds, there are currently only those few who possess sufficient ability and might interfere in this matter. The concealed sovereign is in seclusion within the valley. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. North Guan is busy preventing the land of Tranquil Stream from entering the world beyond worlds through the spatial dimensional passageway in the northern snowy plains. Chen Qianhua smiled. Therefore, there is only one left now, the grand simplicity splendor cloud that Yan Zhaoga's father, Yan Di, possesses. So, Fu Ting secretly left Red Lotus Cliff and sought Yan Di's help, making use of the grand simplicity splendor cloud to conceal the search for her. Chen Kuanhua asked. It was originally meant to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Instead, it has now become a hindrance to you, big brother? Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly. Yes, with the grand simplicity splendor cloud shrouding him, it would be inconvenient for me to find him. However, the problem was that there were only a few ways that Chen Qianhua couldn't find his target. In fact, it didn't affect his ability to lock onto his target. It would be much more troublesome if it was the Brocade Emperor instead. This had originally been to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Still, now that it was Chen Qianhua who was looking for him, its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Yan Di, where are you now? Chen Qianhua asked Chen Kuanhua. Due to the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the primordial heavenly scripture were limited. In the southern blazing heaven territory, Chen Kuanhua answered. Chen Qianhua raised his head and thought for a moment before he suddenly smiled. The position of the southern exalt is still empty, right? What do you think about me becoming the southern exalt? Hearing this, Chen Kuanhua was taken aback. The death of the southern exalt Shuangshen had created an empty position for the exalts of 10 territories. In the current world beyond worlds, there was actually more than just a single 9th-level martial saint who had hopes of breaking through into the human exalt stage. While no one could say that they were completely confident, they were all filled with confidence. Still, everyone was at a loss. Now that there was a shortage of exalts, an empty position would be left empty. If someone made a breakthrough now, the position of the southern exalt would definitely be filled by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yan Di was currently leading Broad Creed Mountain in boldly advancing into the southern blazing heaven territory. The position of the southern exalt was currently like the mouth of a volcano. If he didn't have the ability to suppress the Yan father and son, yet still took that position, ruling over 2 people who were not exalts but were superior to exalts, how different would this southern exalt be from a puppet? Also, if he refused to accept it, it would really be too damaging to his family's face. In truth, in the hearts of many, this position was equivalent to being specially left empty for the Yan father and son pair, the 2 exalts who were in name but not in name. Let alone the newly ascended experts, most of the other 9 exalts of 10 territories would not be willing to become the southern exalt. Chen Kuanhua had heard of a saying before that someone hoped that the southwestern exalt by Tao could become the southern exalt. That way, they would be able to slowly work together. If one had to name an exalt who could simultaneously suppress the Yan father and son pair, it would naturally be the upper exalt Chen Qianhua who could contend against true immortals as a human and take on the combined forces of all the other martial saints of the world beyond worlds. Still, Chen Kuanhua did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The exalts of 10 territories were of a higher status than the 8 territories. His elder brother was the most deserving upper exalt, the number 1 martial saint. If the upper exalt became the southern exalt, wouldn't that be equivalent to a demotion? Still, this elder brother of his really didn't seem to care about this. In order to make it easier for him to have fun, Chen Qianhua would definitely take the initiative to demote himself to the south. Chapter 1123. It is rare for there to be such an interesting Yan Zhaoga. I am in no hurry to deal with him. The best part should be left for the end. Chen Qianhua stretched lazily. Still, since Red Lotus Fu has gone to hide at Yan Di's place, we might as well just serve the main course. That Yan Di has the grand simplicity splendor cloud and is also someone I cannot see through. I hope that he is as interesting as Yan Zhaoga. He praised from the bottom of his heart. This feeling of being out of my expectations is really good. Chen Kuanhua felt very helpless towards his elder brother who acted entirely on his mood. Still, Chen Kuanhua suddenly thought of many things. The disturbances that Chen Qianhua had caused in recent days were much greater than what he had done in the past. As Chen Kuanhua saw it, more importantly, he had made too many enemies. The white-clothed brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor had already been offended. While the female emperor was usually unconcerned about matters, she was on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di due to her previous master. If Chen Qianhua went looking for trouble with them, it was hard to say if the female emperor would interfere. Of course, offending the white-clothed brocade emperor was actually equivalent to befriending the black-clothed brocade emperor. While the female emperor was on good terms with the Yan family, the heaven emperor had a deep grudge with Yan Zhaoge. Still, there were not just the 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. Above the 5 emperors were the 3 sovereigns. Chen Qianhua had broken through the brocade emperor's headquarters and disrupted the overall situation of the world beyond worlds, destroying the stability of this place. From this perspective, who was the most dissatisfied with this? The earthly sovereign. That was why Chen Kuanhua was anxious. Because of the Yan family's father and son, the sword sovereign might already be angered. If the brocade emperor's matter was thrown into turmoil, even the earthly sovereign might be offended. Including the concealed sovereign who was on the same side as the earthly sovereign in most matters, if all 3 sovereigns were offended at once, no one would be able to maintain a stable foothold in the world beyond worlds. Still, there were 2 sides to everything. Chen Kuanhua suddenly thought that because of the dim radiant wheel and Xue Chuqing, the Yan family's father and son were probably not that popular in the earthly sovereign's eyes. While Chen Kuanhua did not know about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court, he was still able to deduce some things from what had happened in the world beyond worlds. While it was true that his elder brother had caused trouble, asking to be demoted from the upper exalt to the southern exalt would seem as though he was admitting to his mistakes in the eyes of others. Him going to the southern blazing heaven territory to suppress the development of the Yan father and son as well as Broad Creed Mountain was probably exactly what southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff wanted. Currently, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was unquestionably the best candidate aside from immortal realm experts who could suppress Yan Zhaoge and his father. In this way, there would be a lot of room for maneuvering. If it was done properly, the Emperor of Earth might even support Chen Qianhua, the vanguard official. Of course, for the earthly sovereign, Chen Qianhua might also be a headache. It would be a pity to abandon him out of pity, but he could easily cause trouble. While he was suppressing the Yan father and son, wasn't he also using the Yan father and son to restrain him? From the perspective of the upper echelon's control and checks and balances, this might be the best choice right now. With Chen Qianhua taking the lead, the earthly sovereign would not directly fall out with the sword sovereign as the world beyond worlds would be able to maintain a relatively stable situation. With the support of the earthly sovereign, Chen Qianhua's pressure on the sword sovereign was greatly reduced. Big brother. Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Kuanhua's mind as he looked at his elder brother in shock. Was it a coincidence? Acting willfully and recklessly according to his mood might very well create the most advantageous situation. Of course, the precondition was that Chen Qianhua definitely wanted to make things difficult for Yan Zhaoge and his father. In fact, there was no such motive. Is there really no other motive? Chen Kuanhua muttered inwardly. His elder brother's train of thought was like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. No one dared to say that they could really grasp it clearly. Relatively speaking, Chen Kuanhua was probably the one who understood Chen Qianhua the most. Now, however, he was really a little uncertain. What's wrong? Chen Qianhua looked at his younger brother through the corner of his eye as usual. Chen Kuanhua sighed. Was his elder brother just doing it for his own pleasure, or had he predicted the various possibilities in the future? After all, Chen Kuanhua's idea was more ideal and the most advantageous situation. However, with Chen Qianhua's personality of doing whatever he wanted, how many changes could he cause? Could such an ideal and advantageous result be achieved? Chen Kuanhua was a little unconfident. If you have such thoughts, big brother, don't be in a rush to head to the south. I will first visit the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as well as the other exalts, informing them of this. Chen Kuanhua inhaled deeply as he said. Of course, it would definitely not be convenient for him to go to Ingenious Flying Peak now. He did not want to be surrounded and attacked by others. Chen Qianhua waved his hand casually, up to you. Still, I have no time to wait for you. I have to go to the southern Blazing Heaven territory first. Big brother. Chen Kuanhua smiled bitterly, fearing precisely such a situation. He was still about to persuade him further when guests arrived outside. One was an old man, one was a youth. Chen Kuanhua recognized both of them. The old man was one of the 10 exalts alongside his elder brother, the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng, who was much older than him. At the same time, he was publicly acknowledged as the number 2 martial saint of the world beyond worlds aside from Chen Qianhua. The other was a cold-looking black-clothed youth. This was not a human exalt as he was a martial practitioner of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Still, he might be the most unique 9th level martial saint of the world beyond worlds right now. Some busybodies had recommended him as the number 3 figure beneath the immortal realm in the world beyond worlds despite having yet to become an human exalt. Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag's lineage, the Sword Sovereign's final disciple, the shocking god sword Nye Jingshan. The two of them had come together over the matter of Chen Qianhua's attack on Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff earlier. The concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation and had no disciples. The Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign were currently not in the world beyond worlds. Still, as their respective descendants, Nye Jingshan and Wang Jingcheng naturally had to ask about this matter. Still, before they could speak, Chen Qianhua looked at his younger brother. All right, there is no need for you to make a trip here. Just tell them directly here. I will be leaving first. Nye Jingshan was expressionless while Wang Jingcheng raised his brows slightly. The matter of Ingenious Flying Peak has yet to be clarified. Upper Chen, please wait. What do you want your younger brother to tell us? Is it related to Ingenious Flying Peak? Elder Wang, fellow Taoist Nye, it's like this. Chen Kuanhua considered his words as he said, my brother entered the 9 underworlds by mistake and clashed with the Brocade Emperor there before returning to the world beyond worlds. In a moment of rashness, he attacked Ingenious Flying Peak. After calming down afterwards, my brother also felt regret. Therefore, he is willing to become the Southern Exalt on his own accord as an apology to the world. Wang Jingcheng was slightly taken aback as many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. Fellow Taoist Chen wishes to become the Southern Exalt. The position of the Southern Exalt is empty anyway. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly, even if I am not free, I am willing to exchange the title of Upper Exalt for it. Wang Jingcheng pondered. In that case, Nye Jingshan suddenly said, fellow Taoist Chen, you should keep the title of Upper Exalt for yourself. Oh? Chen Qianhua, Wang Jingcheng and Chen Kuanhua simultaneously gazed over. If he really regrets his earlier actions, there are many ways to make up for it, Nye Jingshan said. As for the position of Southern Exalt, it is not empty. It has long since been claimed. Chen Qianhua smiled. Could it be that you want to say it is you? That's right, it is me, Nye Jingshan said mildly. Before his words had landed, light flickered on his body as infinite sword chi shot into the skies. Amidst his words, Nye Jingshan stepped into the human exalt stage. Chapter 1124. This day was destined to be a turbulent one. On the same day that Chen Qianhua broke through the Red Lotus Cliff, another great battle broke out on Kunlun Mountain. Similar to the previous incident where the Red Lotus Cliff was breached, the news of this battle was also not widely spread under the control of someone with ulterior motives. However, a small number of people in the know felt that it was absurd. The 2 exalted martial saints engaged in a great battle for the vacant position of the Southern Exalt. One of them was actually the Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua. That's right, he was going to give up his original position as the Upper Exalt to contest for the position of the Southern Exalt. This was something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, but it really happened. What was even more dramatic was that Chen Qianhua did not succeed. the previously vacant position of the Southern Exalt had suddenly gained a new competitor. As soon as he learned of Qin Qianhua's wish, the God-petrifying sword Nye Jingshan stepped into the supremacy realm on the spot. It was rumored that the entire process was completed in one go, and it was as natural as breathing, without the slightest obstruction. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. Normally speaking, a newly advanced supremacy would fill in any Jie Nye Jingshan's breakthrough would naturally fill the vacant position of the Southern Exalt. However, Qin Qianhua's desire to descend from the top to the south was extremely strong. In the end, the two of them had engaged in a great battle for the position of the Southern Exalt. This might be the greatest battle between martial saints that the world beyond worlds had seen in the past 1,000 years. Both sides fought their way into the infinite space outside of the world beyond worlds, the intensity of the battle even comparable to that between true immortals and emperors. During the battle, the Sunluo Emperor, who had previously helped the Red Lotus Cliff clean up, arrived. Upon hearing the news, the Heaven Emperor arrived. Because this matter involved Jade Capital Crag and Broad Creed Mountain, even the female emperor who usually stayed aloof from worldly affairs had arrived. Coupled with the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng, who had arrived at the Qianhua Peak earlier, under their witness, the battle ended in a draw with both sides heavily injured. Qin Qianhua had unexpectedly failed to take down his opponent. Regardless of the thoughts of the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng, even with the support of the Heaven Emperor, he could only maintain his silence in the face of the dissatisfaction of the female empress and the encompassing emperor. Therefore, Qin Qianhua was unable to take control of the south, leaving the position of the Upper Exalt unchanged as his intention of demoting himself fell through. Meanwhile, the new Southern Exalt who had been left vacant for a long time had finally been appointed. Nye Jingshan's sword shocked the world. Having just become a human immortal, he had battled to a draw with the previous strongest martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Qin Qianhua. One had to know that not long ago, Qin Qianhua had withstood the pressure of the Sunluo Emperor to break through the Red Lotus Cliff, proving to the world that he could fight against an immortal realm cultivator with just his body alone. At this moment, Qin Qianhua was helpless against Nye Jingshan, who had just entered the Exalt Martial Saint realm. In terms of age and years of cultivation, Nye Jingshan was slightly younger. This made one's imagination run wild. After learning about how the new Southern Exalt had ascended to the throne, Yan Zhaoge could not help but rub his palms in admiration. Senior apprentice brother Nye truly turned the tides. There were actually still newly ascended 9th-level martial saints of the world beyond worlds who could sit stably on the position of the Southern Exalt. But because of his position, most of the time, no one would consider him. This person was naturally Nye Jingshan. Still, he was different from Qin Qianhua. Him becoming the Southern Exalt did not affect Broad Creed Mountain's movements in the slightest. He would not be like the Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao in establishing his own local power. Nye Jingshan's ambition had always been elsewhere. Him occupying the position of the Southern Exalt this time was, to put it bluntly, specifically to bring thunder to Broad Creed Mountain. While others were surprised by Nye Jingshan stepping into the human Exalt realm, Yan Zhaoge was not. This was because he had known from the start that, unlike He Shixing and Li Juanqin, Nye Jingshan could take this step at any time. It was not that he could. It was just that he wanted to. When the Southern Exalt Zhuangshan had perished, Nye Jingshan had been able to fill in. It was just that he had not been interested in it. Secondly, he had come to Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony to boost its reputation, not because the Northern High Peaks Jade Capital Crag lineage wanted the position of an Exalt. Therefore, Nye Jingshan had chosen not to take that step. He had not advanced then, and he had not advanced in the following days as well. Nye Jingshan had essentially been suppressing himself at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. If nothing unexpected happened, he had been preparing to wait a few more days, when the aftershocks of Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony had died down. Still, he would not reveal this news to too many people as he did not intend to succeed the position of the Southern Exalt. Nye Jingshan had the same thoughts as some others. That position was left for the nameless Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, waiting for the day when they truly became the Southern Exalt. It was only this time that he had acutely sensed that Qin Qianhua intended to harm Broad Creed Mountain's lineage in his ascension to the position of the Southern Exalt. Therefore, he had released his restrictions and ascended, blocking Chen Qianhua's footsteps outside the south. I also knew that the shocking god sword was peerless in the past. Never would I have thought that it would actually be sharp to such an extent. The northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu sighed emotionally as well, feeling like the waves behind were always ahead of the old. Yan Zhaoge had brought Meng Wan back to the world beyond worlds this time, landing in the northeastern sky heaven territory. While those who knew about the battle between Red Lotus Cliff and Qianhua Peak were limited, Lu Xinggu, who was an exalt of 10 territories, had naturally received news of it. Yan Zhaoge had learnt many details from him. For example, while Chen Qianhua possessed the immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler, he had never intended to use it. Also, Jade Capital Crag's side was not completely unprepared. After learning that Nie Jingshan and Chen Qianhua had begun fighting, Wang Pu had immediately dispatched the leakless immortal artifact that the Sword Sovereign had left behind to guard Jade Capital Crag. It was just that in the end, both sides had only clashed with their own strength as neither had used their immortal artifacts. Yan Zhaoge said emotionally as he listened to Lu Xinggu, I had never thought that senior apprentice brother Nya actually possessed the legendary earlier heaven nascent form. Earlier heaven was eternal, never falling to later heaven. It was one of the most peak physiques in history. Under certain circumstances, the word one of could even be omitted. It was no wonder that he had been able to cause the Sword Sovereign's sword to tremble when he had still been a young child. Also, he had possessed the opportunity at the beginning of Primordial. Therefore, he had been immune to the origin heavenly scriptures deductions and probing to a certain extent. The former heavenly young master, the current upper exalt Chen Qianhua, had always been the number one expert of whichever cultivation level he had ascended to ever since he had started cultivating. There had never been an exception. A large part of this was due to the infinite profundities of the origin heavenly scripture which virtually possessed foresight when clashing with others. If martial practitioners of the same cultivation level wanted to challenge Chen Qianhua, they would first have to consider the existence of the origin heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge himself possessed the peerless heavenly scripture as he did not have to consider this problem at all. Still, for those who intended to contend with Chen Qianhua, this was a major issue that they had no choice but to consider. Fortunately, Nie Jingshan did not have to consider this problem. Due to this coincidence, peak comprehension ability, peak foundation and outstanding will, he had been able to create a martial practitioner who was already able to contend with Chen Qianhua despite having only just entered the human exalt stage. Regardless of how Upper Chen does things, his talent cannot be belittled. Lu Xinggu shook his head and sighed in admiration. Kunlun's God-shocking dragon and Youth's 8 clans are truly worthy of their reputations. Now, with the appearance of you and your esteemed father and son, our world beyond worlds has truly seen an endless number of geniuses over the past 100 years. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Elder Lu is polite. The battle for the position of the Southern Exalt ended with senior apprentice brother Nya ascending to the position. I wonder what the outcome of that matter at Red Lotus Cliff was? Chen Qianhua had trampled on Red Lotus Cliff. The matter would not be let off so easily. This outcome. Lu Xinggu's expression turned strange. Upper Chen's actions are truly unexpected. Chapter 1125. Looking at Lu Xinggu's expression and thinking about Chen Qianhua's past style, Yan Zhaoge vaguely guessed something. Chen Qianhua having trampled on Red Lotus Cliff was no small matter. It was undoubtedly up to the Brocade Emperor himself to decide how to deal with this. It was just that the Brocade Emperor was currently not here, right? Both of them were not here. Still, as this matter involved the 5 emperors, the 3 sovereigns would definitely have to get involved. With the concealed sovereign currently in secluded cultivation and the earthly sovereign and sword sovereign not present, it would not be so easy for them to restrict Chen Qianhua. After all, he was actually equivalent to an emperor to a certain extent as he could not be viewed as a human martial practitioner. Chen Qianhua's talent had always stunned the entire world beyond worlds. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he could push open the door to immortality, the position of the number 1 emperor of the world beyond worlds would probably no longer belong to the female emperor Jie Mingkong. Correspondingly, however, if he caused trouble, it would cause even greater disturbances. Therefore, The higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds were rather conflicted about this super thorn. In consideration of controlling the situation, they had to either get rid of him before he was truly too big to be taken care of or find a reliable way to rein him. It was just that they had not been able to find a suitable rein before this. Actually, many people felt that Nie Jingshan was a candidate worth looking forward to. Kunlun's shocking god dragon and Youth's 8 clans. The two were equally renowned for their profundities. Still, some people felt that there might be a more suitable option now. Yan Zhaoge had also thought of what the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua had thought of. For some peak experts of the world beyond worlds, the Yan father and son duo were similarly troublesome figures. Having them and Chen Qianhua restrict each other might be the best choice. Of course, even greater trouble might arise as both sides clashed head-on. This would have to depend on the control and adaptability of the higher echelon figures. No matter what Chen Qianhua thought, his intention to become the Southern Exalt and suppress Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain was equivalent to surrendering in the eyes of the earthly sovereign's lineage at Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. Or rather, it was an intention to cooperate. Chen Qianhua did as he pleased and was unpredictable. Now that there was a rare clue that could be grasped, it was actually a joyous matter for others. Of course, whatever the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng was thinking, the matter of Red Lotus Cliff had to be resolved first. Lu Jinggu heaved a sigh and said, "I can't understand Qin Fan at all." Yan Zhaoge did not speak, quietly waiting for him to continue. As most people saw it, Chen Qianhua had truly started anticlimactic this time. The great battle with the encompassing emperor had proven his status as the nameless great emperor, causing his reputation to be unparalleled. However, being forced to a draw by Nie Jingshan, who had just entered the exalted martial saint realm, was equivalent to establishing Nie Jingshan's name. Now, he went from being arrogant to being respectful, and went to the Red Lotus Cliff to apologize for his mistake. He was even willing to be pierced by a knife. He had lost all face. It was like rushing up to give someone a slap in the face, and then immediately kneeling down and slapping yourself in the face. Lu Jinggu shook his head in disbelief. Chen Kuanhua once said that Upper Chen had previously attacked Red Lotus Cliff because he had clashed with the Brocade Emperor in the 9 underworlds back then. That was why he had been so enraged that he took it out on those of the Brocade Emperor's lineage. Thinking back on it afterwards, he felt that he should not have done so. Therefore, he sincerely paid a visit to apologize. But as far as this old man knows, Upper Chen doesn't seem to be such a simple gentleman. He looked inquiringly at Yan Zhaoge. "You entered the 9 underworlds together with the Brocade Emperor back then. Do you know what exactly happened between them?" Because it was too unbelievable, some people suspected that everyone had wronged Chen Qianhua. Was he actually an open and aboveboard person who was humble and introspective? It was Upper Chen who stirred up trouble in the 9 underworlds first. He did not go to Red Lotus Cliff to vent his anger, Yan Zhaoge answered straightforwardly. His face twitched as he felt rather pained. This must have been second young Master Chen's idea in private. It was just that eldest young Master Chen did not mind it. That was right. Chen Qianhua most likely did not think much of going there to apologize. Yan Zhaoge had already regained his wits. Having interacted with eldest young Master Chen many times, he had gradually come to understand him a little. If his opponent was him, Yan Zhaoge, Chen Qianhua would definitely not lower his head like this. Still, if it was Red Lotus Cliff or even the Brocade Emperor, it would be fine. Because that was not something that eldest young Master Chen currently cared about. He would not feel humiliated either. For others, this was an important decision that concerned life and death, honor and disgrace. Yet, for Chen Qianhua, it might be as inconsequential as choosing whether to eat noodles or rice for dinner. He might not even care about being pierced by a knife. As compared to this, not being able to be successfully demoted to the Southern Exalt might truly make him feel regretful and frustrated. That was right. Unable to be successfully demoted, Chen Qianhua might really feel regretful and dissatisfied about this. Under the premise that his selfishness would lead to the betrayal of his own kin and cause him to suffer even greater losses, it was not as though the black-clothed brocade emperor would not help others. However, this kind of help always had a clear goal. In other words, it was a favor in return, or a transaction. Of course, because he did not consider the emotions of others, the black-clothed brocade emperor's judgment might deviate from his own expectations. Although utilitarian and ruthless, it doesn't mean that we can't interact with them. If we know their style of doing things in advance, we can keep a respectful distance from them, or we can just take what we need. Lu Xinggu said frankly, but from the bottom of my heart, I don't appreciate such a person. Yan Zhaoge forced a smile. If the black-clothed brocade emperor wants to ascend, he would have to kill his 2 daughters. Oh? Lu Xinggu raised his brows slightly. Fellow Daoist Wang of Qilin Cliff did not mention this. Still, thinking about it, if the brocade emperor were to walk the unfeeling path, he would indeed have to take this step. This northeastern exalt's white brows twitched. This old man does not support such fratricide. It is just that this matter involves someone else achieving the Tao. As an outsider, it is not good for this old man to say anything. Obstructing one's path was equivalent to killing one's parents. This was one of the greatest enmities in this world. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, sighing to himself. Amongst the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds who had no conflict of interest with the brocade emperor, Lu Xinggu's view was very representative as it was the view of most of them. The black-clothed and white-clothed experts did not support either of them as they quietly watched the situation unfold, letting them resolve it themselves. Apart from that, if there was a clear inclination, there might instead be more who supported the black-clothed brocade emperor. After taking his leave of the northeastern exalt, Yan Zhaoge brought Meng Wan along and leaving the northeastern sky heaven territory, heading towards the south via the central June heaven territory. Along the way, Meng Wan's emotions were still normal. Does this mean that it would be very easy for the upper exalt to find me? It is not just Upper Chen. It would similarly be very easy for your father to find you. While he is not proficient in the Tao of divination, the gap between your cultivation bases is just too great. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. If you want to go to the southeast to find Tang Yonghao and the newly established Sacred Sun clan, I'm afraid that won't be possible. He swiveled his head to look at Meng Wan. I suggest that you accompany me to the south. My father's grand simplicity splendor cloud will protect you there. Fu Ting is already there. 1 is protection, 2 is protection. Still, it might be a little awkward for you to see Miss Fu this way. That day would have to come eventually, Meng Wan sighed. Yan Zhaoge said, also, your movements will be restricted from now on as you will not be able to walk around as you please. I wonder if you mind. Meng Wan was not concerned about this. My life is more important. How could I mind? It is just that I have caused you trouble. That is fine, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. It was just that this way, Yan Di would not be able to be so high profile in his movements. Otherwise, others would be able to easily find Fu Ting and Meng Wan by following his tracks. Still, Yan Zhaoge had already decided to protect the 2 of them. From another perspective, it was not like he would not have gained anything at all. When he had returned to the southern blazing heaven territory and met Yan Di's first words had been, you will not have to worry about finding martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage in the near future. While Fu Ting is a woman, she is also open and above board. I believe that she would not just take advantage of others. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised. With Yan Di protecting Fu Ting with the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Fu Ting would naturally be able to comprehend the concepts within. While it would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend the profundities of the Tai fist like Yan Zhaoge had, as the most orthodox martial practitioner of the grand clear direct lineage who possessed the grand cosmos 4 manifestations aside from Tai, her talent and comprehension abilities were similarly shocking. Fu Ting would naturally have gained something. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's protection aside, just comprehending the principles of Tai alone was enough for Fu Ting to be unmoved. Without the brocade emperor's consent, Fu Ting had still decisively taken the initiative to exchange martial arts with Broad Creed Mountain. Of the grand clear cosmos 5 manifestations, ingenious flying peaks lineage only lacked the Tai fist. Now that there was a chance to obtain it, she would naturally strive for it no matter what price she had to pay. Even the sane Brocade Emperor would have come to the same conclusion before he had suffered cultivation deviation. I have already received a favor from your sect this time. Now, I also ask for the Tai Fist. I hope that fellow Taoist Yen and his son will not take offense. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Fu Ting said apologetically, the Tai Fist is just too important to my ingenious flying peak. Yen Zhaoge waved his hands, my sect has also gained something. It is just an exchange of martial arts. There is no need to take it to heart, Miss Fu. He paused for a moment before continuing, your father, right? I am referring to the white-clothed one. I too hope that this Brocade Emperor will be able to emerge victorious. Chapter 1127. Fu Ting is endlessly grateful for fellow Taoist Yan's thoughts and assistance. Fu Ting said, frowning slightly, it is just that others in the world beyond worlds might not think the same. She had clearly considered the fact that the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds might not support the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. From a development perspective, the benefits of befriending the black-clothed Brocade Emperor were clearly greater. After all, he was a potential sovereign. Meanwhile, even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor himself probably had no idea where he would be heading in the future. Although a great emperor's favor was precious, it paled in comparison to a martial emperor's favor. Most people will choose to watch from the sidelines, Yen Zhaoge shrugged, those who will come looking for trouble will probably be those who already have conflicts with them. Of course, Chen Qianhua does not count. He looked at Meng Wan beside him, oh, you two chat. I will go out and have a chat with my father. Fu Ting and Meng Wan looked at each other, their gazes complicated to the extreme. Still, Yen Zhaoge was not worried that one of them would make things difficult for the other as they were both calm and rational people. Perhaps silence was the most likely scenario. Such a day would eventually come. Under such circumstances, it would not be good for Yen Zhaoge to ask about it. With only the two of them facing each other without a third person present, it might instead be more beneficial for these two sisters of different mothers to interact. The grand simplicity splendor cloud bloomed like a lotus flower as Yen Zhaoge leapt out from within, landing before Yen Di. From how the Brocade Emperor attacked me in the 9 underworlds, my earlier guess was correct, Yen Zhaoge said as he looked at Yen Di, he has switched to the unfeeling Tao. Looking at Yen Di, Yen Zhaoge said, having switched to the unfeeling Tao, wanting to advance further, he would need to refine your grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yen Zhaoge had intended to harm Yen Zhaoge in the 9 underworlds because he wanted to cut off Yen Di's wings and clear the obstacles to his plan. He will come looking for trouble whether I protect his daughter or not. Yen Di's expression did not change as he just nodded calmly upon hearing this. Yen Zhaoge said, now that the black-clothed and white-clothed Brocade Emperors are restraining each other, they will be able to buy us some time. The best outcome would naturally be for the white-clothed Brocade Emperor to emerge victorious. Still, with their whereabouts unknown, there is not much we can do about it. We can only wait and see. Instead, we need to be wary of others besides the black-clothed Brocade Emperor who might try to harm Fu Ting and Meng Wan. Yen Zhaoge told Yen Di about his encounters in the 9 underworlds this time as well as his subsequent travels in the roving Jade Heavens. I'll have to find time to make a trip to the roving Jade Heavens after I finish what I have to do. Yen Di's expression was rather forlorn. He looked at Yen Zhaoge and said, we can ask about junior apprentice niece Feng after the concealed sovereign emerges from seclusion or senior apprentice brother Yu returns. They might be able to provide us with more information regarding the exalted Rahu luminary that year, which would help us in our search for junior apprentice niece Feng. Yen Zhaoge nodded silently. Actually, there was a ready candidate in the world beyond worlds right now. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng was someone who had personally interacted with the exalted Rahu luminary in the past. However, this old man was obviously not on good terms with them. Coming over to inquire about information was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. After returning to the world beyond worlds, the encompassing emperor must have already communicated with Wang Jingcheng about the situation. There was no need for Yen Zhaoge to inform him about it. Comparatively speaking, rather than hoping for Wang Jingqing's help, Yan Zhaoge might as well patiently wait for the concealed sovereign to emerge from seclusion or the sword sovereign to return from extra-dimensional space. Of course, he could only do his best with this common sense. Feng Yunqing would have to depend more on herself. Others would not be able to help her even if they wanted to. Yan Zhaoge was well aware of this. Still, he was unwilling to think too much about it as he could only try to find a way for himself. Right, what do you think about the Grand Longevity Banner? Yan Di suddenly asked. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, according to Qin Qianhua, he obtained this treasure from someone else. He did not personally seize it from my mother's lineage. While this person is very preposterous, I am inclined to believe his words. It is just a pity that Qin Qianhua is currently in hiding. There is no way of knowing from whom he obtained the Grand Longevity Banner from. Still. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered, there are only a few people who are most likely to have done it. Yan Di said slowly, the Eastern Exalt, the Western Exalt, the Northwestern Exalt and the Earth Exalt. The Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory and the Central June Heaven Territory. These were the 4 regions where the descendants of the Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin's lineage were wanted. Let's keep an eye on them. I wonder where Mother is now. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Still, no matter what, the Grand Longevity Banner has been retrieved at the end of the day. Mother will definitely be very happy when she learns of this. Yan Di let out a rare sigh, feeling a little short of heroism. Father and son exchanged glances, both feeling rather helpless. They could shamelessly boast that the men of their Yan family were all heroes. Still, the wives of the Yan family were all troublesome as well. Following the conclusion of the battle between Nie Jingxin and Qin Qianhua, with Qin Qianhua personally going to Red Lotus Cliff to apologize, the storm that had previously rocked the world beyond worlds finally calmed down. Yan Zhaoge remained in the south for a period of time. After taking his leave of Yan Di and the others, he immediately returned to the Central June Heaven Territory. Still, he still had something important to do along the way, which was to pay a visit to the newly appointed Southern Exalt, Nie Jingxin. Senior apprentice brother Nie, many thanks for your assistance this time, Yan Zhaoge said emotionally. Nie Jingxin did not establish a lineage nor did he make a big show of it. He entered the south alone, casually finding a place to stay in the region of Thousand Lakes where the northernmost border of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory intersected with the Central June Heaven Territory. Such a straightforward action caused all those in the know to have the urge to roll their eyes. Those who knew would know that Nie Jingxin was the Southern Exalt. Those who did not know might even think that he was guarding the northern gate of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. While the cultivation environment of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory was naturally far inferior to that of Kunlun Mountain, there were still peak-blessed lands that were not inferior to those of the Central June Heaven Territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain where Wutong Slope had been located had been a famed sacred ground that was abundant in spiritual qi. However, Nie Jingxin didn't choose a place like this. He didn't have any followers or disciples. In the Great Lake of Thousand Lakes, he built a hut and lived on a small island in the middle of a lake. He cultivated alone in this straw hut. He had never asked about the matters of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory. He was clearly leaving all the space for Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. This became a major phenomenon of the world beyond worlds as it was unprecedented. This might be the most simple Dao arena of the Southern Exalt in the history of the world beyond worlds. It was simple to the point of being exaggerated. Nie Jingxin might also be the Southern Exalt with the weakest strength and influence in history. Still, he might also be the Southern Exalt with the greatest cultivation base in history. Senior apprentice brother Nie, everyone in my Broad Creed Mountain knows of your hospitality. You really need not remain in the region of Thousand Lakes. Yan Zhaoge advised, the spiritual qi environment here is much worse than that of Kunlun Mountain. It is not beneficial for your cultivation. Nie Jingxin no longer had the cold, stern look that he had had when facing Qin Qianhua and the others as he instead smiled, it is fine. While Kunlun Mountain's environment is good, it is too peaceful. There is a need for me to temper my sword there from time to time. Chapter 1128. While Yan Zhaoge was grateful towards Nie Jingshan, he also urged him to choose another blessed land with a better environment to reside in. It's fine. My ambition is not here in the first place. Nie Jingshan consoled Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge stopped trying to persuade him. Suddenly, he recalled something and reminded, right, senior apprentice brother Nie. Although Chen Qianhua is currently recuperating in seclusion due to his injuries, you still have to be careful. He might come looking for trouble with you. Let him come. Nie Jingshan said indifferently, to be honest, if I were to fight him now, I have a 50-50 chance of winning. I don't have enough chance of winning. However, such an opponent is more beneficial for me to hone my sword principle. No, senior brother Nie, you misunderstand. Yan Zhaoge grinned, what I mean isn't that Chen Qianhua will come to take revenge on you. Instead, he'll find trouble with you and reap his absurd pleasure. Chen Qianhua possessed the Yuan heavenly scripture and was quite accomplished in it. This allowed him to see the past and future of most people in the world with a single glance. Of course, he could not passively receive information and be omniscient and omnipotent. Instead, he needed to determine the target before he could investigate and deduce. But as long as he was willing, those whose cultivation levels were lower than his or those who were at the same level as him had few secrets to speak of. Under such circumstances, the existence of a few exceptions naturally attracted Chen Qianhua's attention. Yan Zhaoge did not mention it. As for Yan Di, because he was protected by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the origin heavenly scripture was unable to deduce anything. And now, there was one more person. Nie Jingshan, who had the innate nascent form. Nie Jingshan had spoiled Chen Qianhua's plans to become the Southern Exalt, causing Chen Qianhua to feel dissatisfied. But to say that he was only thinking about taking revenge on Nie Jingshan was not necessarily true. On the contrary, it was because Nie Jingshan had the innate nascent embryo that Chen Qianhua couldn't see through, which made it easier for Chen Qianhua to be interested. If this was someone unrelated to him, Yan Zhaoge would of course be happy to shift the blame onto him. However, Nie Jingshan was one of his own, so he had to specially remind him. That is to say, he will start from other aspects and not seek revenge through a martial arts competition. Nie Jingshan understood. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Chen Qianhua likes to fight with others and enjoys boundless joy. Of course, this refers to those whom he is interested in. However, while he likes to fight, he doesn't like fighting. Although his personal strength is outstanding, fighting with others is just a way for him to have fun. He doesn't like fighting. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Nie Jingshan had a thoughtful look on his face. No wonder I felt that he was different from other martial practitioners. The two chatted for a while longer before Yan Zhaoge brought up the matter of the Grand Longevity banner. Nie Jingshan shook his head. I have no idea where Upper Chen obtained this treasure from. He suddenly thought of something and quickly said, right, the Tai-Bai sword is still here. The Tai-Bai sword was the weapon that the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong had forged in the past for the sake of the 9 luminaries. It was the indisputable number 1 sacred artifact of the world beyond worlds in the Tao of the sword, having been renowned alongside the Extreme Yang seal, the Extreme Yin crown and the Grand Longevity banner. Afterwards, Yan Xintong passed this sword down to his disciple, who was the current sword sovereign, Yuzhenbei. With Yuzhenbei's cultivation base, he had long since stopped using sacred artifacts. However, in remembrance of his master, he had always carried this sword with him, never leaving it. The Tai-Bai sword will definitely be passed down to senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Still, since senior apprentice Uncle Yan doesn't use swords, this sword will eventually be passed down to you, Nie Jingshan said. Still, that will have to wait for master to return from extra-dimensional space. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Since grandfather has passed it down to senior apprentice Uncle Yu, it should still be passed down to the lineage of Jade Capital Crag. It should be most suitable for you, senior apprentice brother Nie. There's no need for me. Nie Jingshan shook his head. Ever since I started learning the sword from master, I have always forged my own swords. While the Tai-Bai sword is good, I still prefer swords that I personally forged. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This is the same habit as another expert of the Tao of the sword that I know. Hearing his words, Nie Jingshan looked over. Roving Jade Heavens, the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, senior apprentice uncle Long Shuaji's third son. Yan Zhaoge answered, you might be more familiar with his other name, the former little sword god, Qian Shuaji. Nie Jingshan nodded, I hope that I will also have the chance to visit the Roving Jade Heavens one day. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. This would really only be possible if there was a suitable opportunity. In the era when Yan Xintong and Long Xingquan had suppressed the Roving Jade Heavens with their swords, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the Roving Jade Heavens had been pretty good. Therefore, the nature of the competition between the two sides had been more of a spar. Currently, the relationship between the two sides was extremely tense as they viewed each other with hostility. If Nie Jingshan imitated his Grand Master Yan Xintong's actions that year, it would be tantamount to a declaration of war. The slightest spark could ignite two huge barrels of gunpowder. It was only the Yan father and son duo who possessed special statuses who could avoid major trouble by visiting the Roving Jade Heavens. After speaking with Nie Jingshan, Yan Zhaoge officially left the southern Blazing Heaven territory, arriving in the central June Heaven territory. He did not immediately return to Kunlun Mountain as he instead headed east, arriving at the connected Cloud Mountain range in the eastern region of the central June Heaven territory. Wind Thunder Manor was located there. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, the manor lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xiande, personally came out to welcome him. After welcoming Yan Zhaoge into the manor, Heng Xiande immediately said, Mr. Yan, as you wished, the news has already been spread. The central June Heaven territory already knows of the name of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The other 8 territories have also received news of it. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was the name that Yan Zhaoge had decided on. He had already informed Wind Thunder Manor about it earlier, allowing them to promote it through their own channels. The location had long since been decided on as well, with construction already nearing completion now. Of course, the location would not be the connected Cloud Mountain range. It would really be too cramped if it was next to Wind Thunder Manor. Thank you, Manor Lord Heng. Yan Zhaoge smiled, there were too many things that I was busy with earlier, thus resulting in some delay. Still, the first batch of various treasures will be available very soon. He knew that Heng Xiande and the other Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners would definitely be most concerned about that Vajra Thunder. The reason they had been so enthusiastic and diligent was that they hoped to obtain a great amount of Vajra Thunder from Yan Zhaoge. For Wind Thunder Manor, who were proficient in artifact forging and did not lack external objects such as weapons but were gradually reaching a bottleneck in their martial cultivation, this was what they had been eagerly anticipating. Mr. Yan, feel free to do as you please. This old man will definitely do his best in the early stages. Heng Xiande was grinning from ear to ear as he said, it is just that I wonder if Mr. Yan has any specific plans for when you will officially reveal your name? Yan Zhaoge calculated silently for a moment before answering, at least half a year, at most a year. Oh, Mr. Yan, this is a little. Heng Xiande said tactfully, if too much time passes, people might not pay as much attention to it as they do now. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is fine. According to the situation that you have introduced, the attention of the world has yet to reach its peak. It can still continue to rise. Of course, Old Manor Lord's worries are not without reason. This Yan has his own plans. Every once in a while, I will stir up some activity so that the attention does not dissipate. Heng Xiande nodded, Mr. Yan has naturally long since thought of this. This old man will not say anything more then. I believe that something new will happen in the future. Something new? Yan Zhaoge smiled. It would indeed be something new. Also, it would be something that Heng Xiande and the others were currently unable to imagine. Chapter 1129. After leaving Wind Thunder Manor, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed for Kunlun Mountain. He first made a trip to the concealed sovereign's cave dwelling, the restful immortal valley. There was no surprise at all. The concealed sovereign was still in seclusion. In the roving jade heavens, Yan Zhaoge could only keep what he had obtained from Chu Lily for now. After leaving the restful immortal valley, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed for the northern high peak's jade capital crag. Upon arriving, he greeted Wang Pu and the others. Ever since Qiu Jiahai had received Yan Zhaoge's request, he had been preparing for the matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion as he was currently not on the mountain. Xiao Ai also went with him. That was right. Xiao Ai was the person whom Yan Zhaoge had placed in charge of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion on the surface. While she would be infatuated and miserly from time to time, always acting like a little maidservant in front of Yan Zhaoge, having traveled extensively with Xue Chuqing in the past, she had gained much experience as she possessed the ability to hold her own. Perhaps he was still a little immature, but he had the potential to be nurtured. In addition, Qiu Jiahai was watching from the side, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for whether she would give a discount to any customer that she saw as handsome after the official opening, Yan Zhaoge would just turn a blind eye to it. As long as I don't fall for his honey trap and get knocked down by a sugar-coated bullet, Yan Zhaoge thought rather unscrupulously. For Xiao Ai, who had always been a money grubber, taking care of such a treasure house was the best job of all. Even if she didn't own the goods, she was still overflowing with happiness. Still, this way, she would not be able to follow by Yan Zhaoge's side and serve him at all times, losing her role as a maidservant. As a result, Xiao Ai had been rather reluctant to accept this mission. She had yet to adapt to the change from a maid to a supervisor. Most of the things you said you needed to collect have already been prepared and sent to the Dragon Butterfly Valley. Wang Pu said, there are a few items that are in short supply. We'll send them over as soon as we can replenish them. Yan Zhaoge clapped lightly, it couldn't be any better. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Wang. He also told Wang Pu and the others about what he had encountered on this trip, only picking the parts that were convenient for them to share. We should pay close attention to the Brocade Emperor's situation. Wang Pu's view on the struggle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors had originally been similar to Lu Xinggu's. After communicating with Yan Zhaoge, he too had changed his opinion to support the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Still, the whereabouts of the Black and White Brocade Emperors were currently unknown. Even if they had the strength to do so, they could only wait and see. If your judgment of the temperaments of the Black and White Brocade Emperors is correct, there is one thing that you need to be wary of. Wang Pu pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, be careful of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. He is trying to divert the attention of the white-clothed Brocade Emperor with the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag before suddenly launching a counterattack. Yan Zhaoge understood what he was thinking. He wanted to guard against the black-clothed Brocade Emperor suddenly killing his way back to the world beyond worlds after shaking off the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, launching a sneak attack on Fu Ting and the Meng sisters as well as plotting against Yan Di and obtaining the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Senior brother Wang is right. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I communicated with my father earlier. While the possibility of this is rather low, we indeed have to guard against it. Given the current situation, whether it was the black-clothed Brocade Emperor or the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, if they wanted to continue rising, they would first have to get rid of the other party. This was the foundation of everything. Only after that could they talk about other things. The immortal artifact, the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag, would naturally play a crucial role in the competition between the two. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor abandoning the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag and returning to the world beyond worlds to deal with other matters was undoubtedly taking a risk. Still, considering the pros and cons, it was not impossible. Without the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag, while the black-clothed Brocade Emperor would not be a match for the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, he might not necessarily have to face the latter alone. This competition was not a one-on-one battle as the final victor would be the victor. If Master returns, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor will not take this risk, Wang Pu said. If he intends to harm senior apprentice Uncle Yan, Master will definitely not tolerate him. If he wishes to act against senior apprentice Uncle Yan, he must have sufficient confidence that he will be able to advance within a short period of time and become a new sovereign after succeeding. Only then will he have the confidence to resist Master coming to settle the score with him. Otherwise, he will definitely not act lightly. Still, Wang Pu was currently uncertain when the Sword Sovereign would be able to return to the world beyond worlds. If Master does not return, how likely is it that the black-clothed brocade emperor will take this risk? Perhaps he can contact others beforehand to help him resist senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yan Zhaoge smiled. If it is just him who has returned to take this risk, his chances of success would be much lower now. Hearing his words, Wang Pu smiled as well. Nye Jingshan stepping into the human exalt stage was completely different from other 9th-level martial saints ascending to the human exalt stage. As a sword cultivator, he was skilled in offense and weak in defense. Against true immortals, he might not actually perform as well as Chen Qianhua. Even so, however, Nye Jingshan was still different from ordinary human immortals. With him having ascended to the human exalt stage, the pressure brought about by the black-clothed brocade emperor would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the Sword Sovereign had left an immortal artifact in the world beyond worlds. After discussing various other matters with Wang Pu, Yan Zhaoge took his leave and left Northern High Peak, heading for Dragon Butterfly Valley. There, with the help of Wang Pu and the other Jade Capital Crag martial practitioners, many preparations had already been made. Who was waiting there? Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, he instantly grinned. "Young master, you are finally back. Troubled times indeed." Yan Zhaoge touched his lips, saying, "Whatever. Things have finally settled down somewhat now. We can start working on our earlier plans." Standing at the center of Dragon Butterfly Valley, feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations here, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He stomped lightly, the entire valley instantly beginning to shake. Numerous runes lit up, extending into the distance as they transformed into a massive spirit formation that enveloped the valley. The next moment, the radiance of the runes gradually dimmed. While it could not be seen from the outside world, numerous marks were left behind on the ground within the valley. Within the valley, the earth veins shook as streams of spiritual chi spurted out from beneath the ground, resembling a surging spring. "Rise!" Having already received Yan Zhaoge's instructions earlier, who lifted up one massive cauldron after another, landing it on those springs that were spewing spiritual chi. A total of 9 cauldrons opened their lids in unison, their fires automatically igniting. The surging spiritual chi within the earth veins was directed within, resembling fuel. As the 9 cauldrons circulated simultaneously, complementing the formation, the spiritual chi of the surrounding heavens and earth gradually began circulating, surging towards the valley together. Slight changes shockingly occurred in the spiritual chi flow of Kunlun Mountain with Dragon Butterfly Valley at its center. Very good. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. "Young master, where do we start?" Who asked naively. "Vajra Thunder. That Wind Thunder manor is quite diligent in their work. Should we give them some benefits first so that they will be more motivated and put in more effort?" Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. "Vajra Thunder comes second. Let us first refine something else. Something that I can use first. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Chapter 1130. Standing atop the 9 cauldrons in mid-air above Dragon Butterfly Valley, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand as streams of dense mist circulated. Dense purple chi instantly suffused the entire valley. Still, it was confined within the valley. A massive 3-legged furnace appeared amidst the dense purple chi. It was shockingly the profound sky-purple gold furnace. This furnace was a pill furnace. Because it was too miraculous and of such a high level, Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to wield it. Still, he could make use of the miraculous properties of this furnace to complete some of his other plans. The 9 internal crystal furnaces down below took up positions in the shape of 9 palaces before jointly receiving the streams of purple gold light that surged from the profound sky-purple gold furnace. 1 large and 9 small, 10 furnaces. 1 large above and 9 small below. Streams of light formed amidst space, vaguely forming an even larger, completely transparent, illusory furnace. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly with his finger, the dense purple qi filling it. The originally transparent illusory furnace turned purple at this moment. Accompanying the dense purple qi were the various materials that Yan Zhaoge had prepared for artifact forging this time. The illusory furnace turned pure purple before a purple-gold mist arose. Numerous graceful runes were inscribed amidst space, extending into the surroundings as they gradually formed a formation that enveloped Dragon Butterfly Valley, resonating with the spirit patterns that had been inscribed on the ground earlier. Yan Zhaoge descended from mid-air, sitting in the meditative position atop the furnace that resembled a mountain. Ah Hu stood beneath the furnace, arranging the other materials as he turned to look at Yan Zhaoge atop the furnace. The light mist suffused Dragon Butterfly Valley. Yet, it did not dissipate as it instead drew the spiritual qi of the surrounding heavens and earth to gather here. Whether it was artifact forging or pill concoction, they were both work that required a great deal of effort. Patience, meticulousness, and time were required. Yan Zhaoge used all his methods, greatly saving time. Still, some of the most basic consumptions were still indispensable. One did not know the length of time within the mountain. Fully focused on a single task, time would always pass very quickly. Close to a month later, Yan Zhaoge suddenly opened his eyes as he sat atop the furnace, chanting slowly, "Open." He rose upwards. As he did, the purple furnace began mightily disintegrating. All-encompassing purple qi swept and dispersed into the surroundings, transforming into thick clouds. The 10 furnaces of one large and 9 small appeared where they had been. Meanwhile, streams of purple gold light circulated in mid-air, enveloping some things. That was the result of Yan Zhaoge opening the furnace this time. Having long since received Yan Zhaoge's instructions, knowing that the furnace would be opened today, Ahu rushed over excitedly. He saw that the thing enveloped by the purple gold light were 7 long metal strips that were half-curved to form a certain arc. The surface of every metal strip that was like a crescent moon was inscribed with talisman markings. Every talisman pattern was a talisman formation that contained a unique and profound principle. The array glyphs were linked together in a mysterious manner. There seemed to be a connection between the 7 metal street. Young master, what is the use of this thing? Ahu asked curiously after circling around the 7 long metal rods a few times. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand, lightly waving it towards the 7 long metallic street. The 7 curved metal strips fell down at the same time and surrounded Ahu in the middle. Then, they closed up like a flat and long cage. Young master, this isn't some kind of punishment, is it? Ahu couldn't help but shiver when he saw this. Yan Zhaoge teased, that's right, you haven't been diligent in your cultivation recently, I need to teach you a lesson. Radiance simultaneously appeared on the metal strips which then formed a mechanism. Ahu, who was in the middle of it, blinked his eyes. He did not sense any danger. Instead, the spiritual qi within the cage had become even denser and more refined. Kunlun Mountain was already the place with the densest and most abundant spiritual qi in the world beyond worlds in the first place. Due to this, martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases would be hard-pressed to adapt to it. While the spiritual qi in Dragon Butterfly Valley was not as dense as places like Northern High Peak, Southern High Peak and Restful Immortal Valley, it could still be considered high quality. Still, within the mechanism now, Ahu could clearly feel that the spiritual qi here was even purer. Even more miraculous was that even with his merging avatar martial saint cultivation base, he did not feel any discomfort at all. Ahu had never seen or even heard of such an environment in his life, let alone seen such a thing. Young master, surely this isn't some sort of excessive cultivation technique? Ahu did not go wild with joy as he instead felt a chill run down his spine. Yan Zhaoge said exasperatedly, can't you think of something better? He flicked a long, curved metal strip. This technique is known as the 7 Paths Pivotal Mechanism. It is an ancient technique of pre-Great Calamity times, originating from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. In the past, the Heavenly Court had been filled with experts. Still, there had still been some casualties. In order to make up for it, they had recruited and selected experts from outside the heavenly court to ascend to the 9 heavens. On the other hand, they had groomed themselves internally as well. Aside from abundant supreme martial arts and miraculous pills, the heavenly court's divine palace also had many wondrous techniques for grooming martial practitioners. It was just that most of these techniques had very harsh requirements. In the post-Great Calamity times, many techniques would already be very hard to find their way into this world. Still, there were still some methods that could be thought of. For example, this 7 paths pivotal mechanism had always been on Yan Zhaoge's mind. Its function was simple. It was to refine and purify spiritual qi, aiding in one's cultivation. Still, its effects were shocking. If the same person were to cultivate in the 7 paths pivot apparatus all year round, the effects would be several times stronger than cultivating outside of it. It did not involve comprehending principles, instead just purely accumulating experience and tempering one's body. It could truly be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Virtually to the greatest extent, it reduced the amount of time spent on some absolutely necessary grinding in the process of cultivation. As the saying went, cultivating for a year is equivalent to others cultivating for several years. This was a situation like this. Young master, your and family head's cultivation speed is already faster than that of ordinary people. Like this, wouldn't it be even faster? Ah, who was overjoyed. Yan Zhaoge stroked the half-bent metal rod. I lacked raw materials before. Now that I finally have some material, I naturally have to work on it. The only pity is that the materials are still too scarce, making it hard to mass-produce. He clasped his palm together, the ritual disintegrating into 7 half-bent metal rods that were kept together. Make the best use of time if you can. Yan Zhaoge handed those metal rods to Hu. I will be forging the second one now. Send this first one south and hand it over to my father. Hu hurriedly received it. Yes, young master. I'll be back soon. After watching Hu leave, Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, closing his eyes and resting. Borrowing the power of the profound sky-purple gold furnace was rather taxing on his mind. He could not waste any of the materials he had on hand. If he failed in the forging, it would really be too much of a heartache. After a while, Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, flying up into the air once more as he opened the furnace to forge an artifact. Gazing over from afar, Dragon Butterfly Valley seemed calm as ever at Kunlun Mountain. Few knew that waves were currently surging from here. Chapter 1131. As Yan Zhaoge secluded himself in Dragon Butterfly Valley forging artifacts, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. During this year, the world beyond worlds was much calmer than before. The most eye-catching thing was that the black and white brocade emperors had returned to the world beyond worlds one after another. It was worth mentioning that in the competition between the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperors, the white-clothed brocade emperor seemed to have gained the upper hand as he had successfully obtained the 4 grands earlier heaven flag. When Hu had brought this news back to Yan Zhaoge had still been a little taken aback. According to his original predictions, the black-clothed brocade emperor should have been more likely to gain the upper hand in the battle between the black and white brocade emperors if no external forces had interfered. Did someone else interfere? Yan Zhaoge asked thoughtfully. The black-clothed brocade emperor first returned to the world beyond worlds. After a short stay, he left the world beyond worlds once more, heading towards extra-dimensional space. The white-clothed brocade emperor followed closely behind. After a short pause, he chased after the black-clothed brocade emperor. Still, when the white-clothed brocade emperor returned to the world beyond worlds, Fu Ting and Meng Wan met with him. Fu Ting successfully transferred the Tai fist she obtained from Yan Zhaoge to the white-clothed brocade emperor. At this point, ingenious Flying Peak's lineage had finally gathered all of the 5 grand Cosmos Supreme Arts. The brocade emperor was probably the only one who knew the joy and sorrow he felt. White-clothed brocade emperor did not object to Fu Ting exchanging the grand commencement divine finger, the grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body for the Tai fist. The selling price of a product was often not determined by its own value, but also by how much the buyer wanted to buy it. The stronger the demand, the higher the price. Therefore, in this exchange of 3 for 1, while Yan Zhaoge had gained, ingenious Flying Peak had definitely not lost out as well. Especially the white-clothed brocade emperor who had obtained the Tai fist, his strength would increase. Adding on his immortal artifact, the 4 grands earlier heaven flag, he already possessed an overwhelming advantage in a duel against the black-clothed brocade emperor. However, if an external force were to intervene, the situation would not be clear. Now that the black and white brocade emperors were fleeing and pursuing, heading towards extra-dimensional space once more, Yan Zhaoge and the others in the world beyond worlds could only watch silently. To Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, there was still something rather important that had happened. It was a good thing. Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di, had successfully advanced further, attaining the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. Yan Di, who had already been progressing with his cultivation base skyrocketing in the first place, advancing forward with an indomitable will, with the help of the 7 Paths pivotal instrument, he saved even more time as the increase in his cultivation base was even more shocking. While this news had not spread too widely, it still shocked the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds who were in the know. The cultivation base of that Immortal Bridge Martial Saint who had personally buried an Exalt was currently approaching the human Exalt stage. When he became a supreme being and achieved the body of a human immortal, what kind of scene would it be? It really made one's imagination run wild. As for Yan Zhaoge himself, other than spending time on artifact forging, he also did not neglect his daily cultivation. With the flipping heavenly scripture in his body, at his current cultivation realm, every word, action, and every move he made was secretly circulating and accumulating. It was as if he was cultivating at all times. The only difference was the efficiency. Refining some treasures and figuring out the principles within was beneficial to his cultivation. As time passed, the 1-year period that he had previously agreed upon with the Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda and the others was fast approaching. During this period of time, besides providing Wind Thunder Manor with some Vajra Thunder, the fruits of Yan Zhaoge's labor in Dragon Butterfly Valley had not been leaked to the outside world. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already been settled. It was just that it was completely empty inside. Through Wind Thunder Manor's publicity and the endorsement of those of the Sword Sovereign's lineage, the name of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already spread far and wide, drawing everyone's attention as it had become the most eye-catching matter in the world beyond worlds apart from the struggle between the black and white brocade emperors. It was just that with the publicity done, it had yet to officially open for business. Doubtful voices inevitably arose. Everyone's patience was being challenged unceasingly. The powers who were familiar with Wind Thunder Manor and even Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag all began unceasingly sending people to investigate. Old Brother Heng, tell me the truth. In Wind Thunder Manor, a brocade-robed old man sat on a guest seat as he asked Heng Xianda, "Is this Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion just a facade or is it the real deal?" With Wind Thunder Manor helping the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to spread the news, if the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion ended up empty-handed, Wind Thunder Manor would also be implicated and turned into a laughingstock. Relax, old brother Zhong. Just wait patiently. There will naturally be definite news soon. Heng Xianda was neither hurried nor slow as he was composed. While the Vajra Thunder he had obtained from Yan Zhaoge was limited in quantity, it had still given Wind Thunder Manor a great deal of reassurance. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge did not possess the method to refine Vajra Thunder, merely having obtained a small amount of it by chance. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge had grasped the method to refine Vajra Thunder. Still, in order to keep it a secret and prevent Wind Thunder Manor from deciphering it on their own, he had only provided a small amount of Vajra Thunder. Whichever it was already sufficient to calm the anxiety of Heng Xianda and the others for now. Brother Zhong, we've been friends for generations. We're old friends. Heng Xianda said mysteriously, don't say that this old man did not warn you. If you want to do something, you should make preparations beforehand. According to what this old man knows, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion may be selling Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew. Hearing his words, the brocade-robed old man's surnamed Zhong's gaze involuntarily focused as he sat up straight. Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew? The legendary fine wine that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace used to entertain guests before the Great Calamity? That's right, it's the Divine Ghost Heavenly Brew. Heng Xianda said, there are many fine wines in the Heavenly Court. Although the Ghost God Heavenly Brew is one of the more inferior ones, it is still a rare treasure in the mortal realm. Old man Zhong deeply agreed. To the sect that he led, it was even more precious. The Ghost Divinity Heavenly Brew could greatly increase one's strength after drinking it. It was effective even for leakless true immortals, and the effects were even more obvious for mortals. The martial art that old man Zhong cultivated was one that focused on vital qi. It was a path that focused on great strength and great vigor. To old man Zhong and his disciples, the Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew was a great opportunity that far surpassed all the other treasures. Old man Zhong pointed at Heng Xianda and said helplessly, "Old brother Heng, you are really sparing no effort to help the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion." Heng Xianda chuckled and said, "You can choose not to believe this old man. However, if someone beats you to it, don't blame this old man for not warning you. It is said that the Spirit God Heavenly Brew is limited. In that case, I really need to go back and make some preparations." Old man Zhong's expression turned solemn. "If the news is true and I manage to gain something in the end, I will definitely give you a gift of thanks." Heng Xianda smiled and nodded. "You are too polite, old brother Zhong. This old man is also happy that you have gained something." This was not the first time something like this had happened. It was not just the Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew. News of many other legendary treasures coming out of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion attracted everyone's attention. More and more people began to look forward to the day when the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion would officially open for business. Chapter 1132. The one-year deadline was finally about to arrive. During this period of time, more news about the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets spread. It was rumored that the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman would be sold here, a secret treasure unique to a major sect of pre-Great Calamity times, the Heaven-Fleeing lineage. Compared to the small sects, the martial arts of the Heavenly Escape sect were naturally superior. However, compared to the behemoths of the same level, their offense and defense were mediocre. However, there was one thing that the Heavenly Fleeing Gate was extremely outstanding, its fame even spreading far and wide in the pre-Great Calamity world. His movement techniques and escape techniques were outstanding and few people could compare to him. On top of this foundation, he created a treasure that could help people teleport and escape from danger. This was the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman. One talisman could be used 7 times. Furthermore, if necessary, these 7 chances could be used consecutively. The effects were extremely powerful. Although not everyone could successfully escape in every situation, it was enough to make most people envious. If used properly, it would be equivalent to gaining a few extra lives for no reason. How could anyone not care? The Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew and the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman had already been discussed enthusiastically by those of the world beyond worlds. Still, news soon spread that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion would be selling the impending rain plate. When this news came out, most people were stunned at first, because this name was relatively unfamiliar. But soon, the eldest son of the Luo family of the Tiger Leaping Peak of the Central June Heaven Territory's Northern Tiger Leaping Peak, Luo Bei, the leader of the second generation, immediately rushed to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Although Luo Bei had tried his best to keep a low profile, the news still leaked out due to some people's intentions. The others gradually understood. The Tiger Leaping Peak's Luo family was a renowned formation grandmaster. Not only was it renowned in the Central June Heaven Territory, it was renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds as well. Aside from the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories, it was generally publicly acknowledged that the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family was one of the best in the Tao of formations in the world beyond worlds. Luo Bei's father, the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Baiyuan, had previously been renowned as the #1 expert in formations amongst the Immortal Bridge martial saints. Only after Yan Zhaoge had buried 3 9th-level martial saints in the southern Blazing Heaven territory with the 9 Bends Yellow River formation that year had the halo enveloping Luo Baiyuan's head dimmed somewhat. However, no one would doubt the prowess of the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo clan in the field of spell formations. Luo Bei was the second-generation leader that Luo Baiyuan favored the most. His cultivation and strength were extremely outstanding. While Daoist Shi, who had died at Broad Creed Mountain that year, had a lower cultivation base than Shenlingzi, his fame was not low at all. His proficiency in formations was top-notch amongst Immortal Bridge martial saints of the world beyond worlds. While they were both early Immortal Bridge martial saints, it was rumored that Luo Bei was even slightly superior to Daoist Shi. For such a person to rush over anxiously after hearing the news of the impending rain plate, of course it would attract attention. Very soon, under the intentional disclosure of certain people, everyone finally knew the effects of the impending rain plate. The so-called impending rain plate's name came from the meaning of preparing for a rainy day. Everyone knew that formations were powerful and could borrow the power of heaven and earth. However, every advantage had its drawbacks. There were many conditions and restrictions when setting up a formation. For many powerful formations to be truly effective, they needed the right time, the right place, and the right people. For example, the 9 Bends Yellow River formation that Yan Zhaoge had set up that year required the support of a large-scale water vein. The large scale here had to be really big. It was so big that in the entire world beyond worlds, there were only those few rivers that fulfilled this requirement. Also, some powerful formations could still be set up when some conditions were lacking, just that their power would be reduced. It was naturally not an easy thing to set up a formation at any time and any place that was not limited to the geography and environment. This was especially so most of the time when its practicality was limited. It would naturally be best if a formation could be set up casually. However, if a longer amount of time was required, it would be hard to say if it could be used for anything other than ambushes. After all, in a true battle, the situation would always be ever-changing. Those who could set up a formation casually and whose power was not weak were all peak formation experts at the level of Daoist Shi and Luo Bei. While the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family was famed for their formations, there were only a limited few who could achieve this. It was because of this that the impending rain plate had appeared. This was an invention of pre-Great Calamity times which had been lost to the world afterwards. As its name suggested, it was used to prepare for a rainy day. The use of this treasure was to allow one to prepare beforehand, storing it within a secret seal. When it was needed, a grand formation could be instantly set up. When facing an enemy, suddenly using such a move would undoubtedly decide the outcome of the battle. Of course, not all formations could be stored. At the same time, its greatest flaw was that it was a one-time use treasure. Still, there was no need to elaborate on its preciousness. It was to be expected that the Luo family would value it so much. On one hand, not every one of the Luo family's descendants could immediately set up a grand formation to face an enemy within a short period of time. This treasure was beneficial to them. On the other hand, if it was obtained by others, or even enemies of the Luo family, it would definitely greatly reduce the Luo family's advantage in formations. Sailing against the current, one would either advance or fall behind. If they were to remain where they were while their opponents improved, it would be equivalent to them regressing. The Luo family was naturally anxious. Those who had received the news were completely stirred up as well. While there was no sign of the item yet, causing them to inevitably feel apprehensive, being able to pre-order it was definitely not a bad thing. The same principle applied to the Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew and the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman. Moreover, just before the one-year deadline, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had once again spread news that they would be selling internal crystal furnaces in large quantities. Thus, everyone became even more frenzied. While those without materials would ultimately be unable to forge artifacts without rice, those with sufficient materials would be able to greatly increase their artifact forging speed with internal crystal furnaces, allowing them to obtain the weapons they wanted much earlier than expected. It was still that same saying. For any sect that was ambitious, what would they do if they did not want it but their opponents did? For a time, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion that had yet to truly open for business was as crowded as a marketplace as its doors was virtually trampled through by the crowd. Still, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion announced to the outside world that it was temporarily not accepting pre-orders due to limited quantities. Whether it was the first half or the second half, everyone felt conflicted. Comparatively speaking, what made people feel slightly better was that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had said that when it officially opened for business, it would not be to the highest bidder but to the first come, first served. At the same time, that temporarily not accepting pre-orders also left room for imagination. Young master, why is it not to the highest bidder? Xiao Ai asked curiously. As the official opening approached, Yan Zhaoge had already left Dragon Butterfly Valley and arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City. This is just the foreplay. Yan Zhaoge crossed his legs, sitting leisurely on a chair. The item that the highest bidder will be competing for will be at the back. What they will be competing for will not be one or two specific treasures, but, he smiled, raising a finger and wagging it, but a kind of qualification. If there was an external force trying to destroy the secret pavilion, the chances of that happening were very small. Qiu Jiahai and the other disciples of Jade Capital Crag were not here for decoration. Still, when we open our doors to do business, harmony brings wealth, isn't that right? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Before him, Qiu Jiahai had a strange expression on his face. It seemed like this junior apprentice brother Yan was one of the most restless people in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Young master, it's time, Xiao Ai said after looking at the time. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I'll leave it to you. I await your good news. Don't worry, young master. Xiao Ai walked towards the front hall. Qiu Jiahai said, I'll also go to the front to keep an eye on things. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I'll be troubling senior apprentice brother Qiu. The day of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's official opening had finally arrived. Martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds all hurried over. Naturally, there were also many people who were observing the situation. However, with Qiu Jiahai and the others overseeing things, it was unlikely that someone would jump out and cause trouble. Most of the treasures sold by the Pavilion of Divination were not suitable for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They had disciples too. Still, most of them were still observing the opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion this time. In the end, everyone's horizons were greatly broadened. Besides treasures like the internal crystal furnace and the spirit divinity heavenly brew that everyone was already familiar with, there were also many other precious treasures of various kinds. Still, their quantity was limited. We can only buy 3 items at most? Everyone looked quizzically at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai nodded solemnly, that's right. Only 3, and 3 for each family, not for everyone. Thinking that it was indeed impossible for everyone to buy such precious items, everyone could still accept it. Yan Zhaoge had set a very good price for these items. Still, however good the price was, it was naturally impossible for these rare treasures to be sold cheaply. While they had all come prepared due to the advance publicity, all of them possessing considerable wealth, they still had to plan ahead. Luo Hai of the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family said, since that is so, give this old man 3 of each of the impending rain plates and the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talismans. Then, I want 1 internal crystal furnace and 2 bottles of spirit divinity heavenly brew. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Ai. Senior Luo misunderstands. What this junior means is that you can only buy 3 items from our pavilion in total. Ha! It was not just Luo Hai. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at Xiao Ai. Xiao AI smiled politely. You can choose 3 impending rain plates, 1 each of the impending rain plate, the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman and the internal crystal furnace, or 2 bottles of spirit divinity heavenly brew and 1 impending rain plate. You can decide how to distribute these 3 items. Still, whatever you choose, you can only buy 3 items from our pavilion in total today. The same goes for everyone else. Luo Hai appeared displeased. This old man has been in Yuanzhou City for many days, being the first to arrive. You once said that first come, first served. Does that not count? Of course it does. Xiao AI smiled, revealing her snowy white teeth. The treasures that our pavilion is selling today are indeed limited in quantity. Only those who arrive first will be able to satisfy the supply of 3 items for each family. Towards the end, there will be a shortage. We can only ask everyone else to bear with us. Please come earlier next time. Those who have not gained anything need not worry. Our pavilion sells treasures on the first day of every month. Henceforth, it will be custom-made. Everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied before exchanging looks. No matter how rich one was or how powerful one's background was, they could only purchase 3 items at most. It was not impossible for them to get preferential treatment. The chance would come next time. Now, it would be up to the highest bidder. Everyone was very dissatisfied, yet helpless. This was because the items of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were indeed good enough. Moreover, they were truly rare treasures. Also, Yan Zhaoge had set a very reasonable price this time, not having to worry about sales at all. Instead, he had maximized his influence. Since that is so, give this old man 3 impending rain plates this time. Luo Hai stared at Xiao AI for a long time. Looking at Qiu Jiahai who was sipping tea by the side, he could only helplessly give up. After pondering for a moment, that old man surnamed Zhong who had gone to Wind Thunder Manor to inquire about news from Heng Xianda also said, give this old man 3 bottles of spirit divinity heavenly brew. Everyone began to plan and then put forward their own requests. Yan Zhaoge had previously specially asked Xiao AI to distribute the number plates. This was the first time they were opening for business. Those who queued up first would be able to trade for 3 treasures. Towards the end, some would only be able to trade for 1 or 2. In the end, more than half of them would have to return empty-handed. For a time, wails and cries filled the air. As compared to auctions where the highest bidder won, the losers were convinced of their defeat as they could only curse the rich in private at most. Now, however, most of them were filled with unwillingness as they regretted having hesitated for just a moment back then, thus falling behind others. Chapter 1134. After a year of accumulation, Yan Zhaoge actually had quite a bit of stock on hand. Still, he did not intend to release them immediately. After the first auction had been completed, Xiao AI announced the closure of the pavilion. Those who wanted to stay for tea were all received. Still, the treasures could no longer be sold. Most people felt rather unresigned. Since they were unresigned, they had to think of ways to make up for it. Everyone reserved their number plates for the second opening a month later. Those who had gained something today were no exception. After all, they could only buy 3 things at a time. Reservations are currently not accepted, Xiao AI smiled. Reservations are made 10 days before the pavilion opens. Please come back early next time. Hearing her words, everyone felt rather dissatisfied. Xiao AI did not panic as she said slowly, please forgive us if we are lacking in our hospitality. They all left angrily. The feeling of having money in their hands but nowhere to spend it was naturally very bad. Yuanzhou City was a renowned major city of the central June Heaven territory. It was extremely prosperous as most major powers had businesses stationed there. Yan Zhaoge would naturally not sit by and watch as his money that could have flowed into his pockets went to spend on the goods of others. Having received his instructions, Xiao AI had long since arranged for people to secretly spread the news after the guests had left. For the sake of fairness, openly cutting the queue and taking care of others would naturally be prohibited. Still, the Lord of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was fond of befriending those of the same Tao. As the Pavilion Lord's personal friends, they would naturally have some secret privileges. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had a special token plate for identification. You should know what that meant. Most of the people who heard the news immediately understood what was going on. It was just that in order to prevent people from maliciously obtaining the token plate, there were naturally many checks and restrictions on one's qualifications. For example, one had to attend at least a few public auctions on the first of each month. Everyone's imagination ran wild for a time as they looked forward to the second opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion on the first of the next month. At the same time, they all began secretly inquiring about how they could obtain a token plate. After closing the pavilion, Xiao Ai reported the situation of the transactions to Yan Zhaoge in the back hall. "Young master, it is just as you expected. Other than a few people from the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo clan, most people use 2 of the 3 quotas to purchase other items, while the last is reserved for purchasing internal crystal furnaces. Impending Rain Plate, Heaven Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman, and other treasures were good, but most of them could only be used once or had a limited number of uses. The internal crystal furnace, on the other hand, was different. For many small to medium-sized forces, or even some medium-sized forces other than Wind Thunder Manor, this was a treasure that could be passed down as the foundation of their sect. Unsurprisingly, the internal crystal furnace was the most sought-after item. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It is to be expected. It is not that the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family does not want the internal crystal furnace. It is just that they want to control the outflow of the impending rain plates as much as possible. Therefore, they have used up all 3 quotas for the impending rain plates today. Young master, the people from the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo clan are indeed brilliant. Xiao Ai smiled as she handed over a jade slip. I'll give you a complete set of array formations from my sect in exchange for a token. Qiu Jiahai asked, what formation? I think it's called the Celestial Parting Harmony Light Formation, Xiao Ai replied. Oh? While it is only ranked lower amongst the Tiger Leaping Peaks 12 formations, being able to be ranked amongst them, it can already be considered a top-tier formation. Qiu Jiahai evaluated, Junior Apprentice Brother Yen, while you have the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, the requirements for setting up the formation are really too strict. This Celestial Parting Harmony Light formation is a pretty good complement. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, I've let Senior Apprentice Brother Qiu down. I also have more formations than just the 9 Bends Yellow River formation. We'll have to wait and see then, Qiu Jiahai smiled. Still, this Celestial Parting Harmony Light formation is also not bad. It can be used as a trading partner to exchange for other things. Yan Zhaoge received the jade slip from Xiao Ai's hands. Since the Luo family is willing to hand it over, they must have been mentally prepared for it. I can give them a token plate. Still, it's the lowest grade kind. Yan Zhaoge smiled very unscrupulously. Qiu Jiahai sighed, other businesses have many methods as well. Still, they are unable to achieve such smooth sailing as you, Junior Apprentice Brother Yen. Many methods are just icing on the cake, Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. At the end of the day, it is our goods that are good. This is our confidence. With this confidence, we will be able to multiply our gains by playing these little tricks. Young master, we set the price with a conscience this time. While we earned a great deal, we did not earn our fill, Xiao Ai said rather regretfully. Yan Zhaoge tapped her forehead lightly, look far ahead, little money grubber. There will come a time when your hands cramp from counting money. He waved the jade slip in his hand, isn't this it? This is just the beginning. The token plates that were distributed at the start were all of the lowest grade. There was nothing to be afraid of when it was low. They could slowly rise up, couldn't they? How could they rise up? Everyone understood, the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family desired a token plate, even if it was of the lowest grade. A very important reason was that those who possessed a token plate would no longer be limited to just 3 at a time when purchasing the treasures of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Of course, it was still not an unlimited supply. Still, the upper limit was still higher than 3 no matter what. To the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family, a treasure like the impending rain plate was not just useful to them. It could also greatly increase the strength of their martial practitioners. From another perspective, if other powers possessed a large amount of impending rain plates, they would be able to offset the advantage of the Luo family in terms of formations to a great extent. The Luo family had many enemies as well. Xiao Ai, I'll leave this place to you from now on. You should grasp your own limits. It is fine even if you make a slight mistake. You just need to remember a general principle. Yan Zhaoge instructed Xiao Ai, look far ahead. Influencing the hearts of people is currently the most important thing. If people constantly think about the monthly opening of our Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, with them truly putting in their heart on this matter, the thoughts of others will gradually fade away. As this goes on, we will be able to take the lead. Yan Zhaoge laughed very shamelessly. Our things are good, but it is not to the point where everyone will definitely have to buy them. Still, if we work on the hearts of people, they will always think about our things. The things themselves will become secondary as the matter of buying them is their true obsession. Once done, it will be equivalent to fulfilling a wish. Only then will they be able to sleep soundly. Otherwise, they will always be thinking about our opening next month. The public opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was mostly at a fair price. Yan Zhaoge's true source of income actually lay in the secret token plates. That was the main source. Still, in order to nurture people's interest in the token plates, the greater the number of people who could be seen publicly, the better. Only in this way could the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion have influence. Only in this way could the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion become a symbol of status, causing more people to flock to it like ducks. Very quickly, a month passed. The much-anticipated second opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion finally arrived. This time, there was something that left the customers dissatisfied. One of the most popular products of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman, had been halved from last time. Very quickly, however, their attention was drawn away by something else. This time, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was selling a new treasure, a treasure that had not been available the first time it had opened. Chapter 1135. The last time the secret pavilion opened its doors, more than half of the people had returned empty-handed. Those who had gained something also felt dissatisfied and unhappy. Everyone was unwilling to accept this outcome. But actually, if one were to say that he was deeply worried, that might not be the case at that time. The reason for that was because it was still unknown whether or not the treasures of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were truly that great. Although the on-site inspection confirmed that the treasure was real due to its overflowing spiritual energy, many people were not sure if it was as effective as the legend said. After all, it was a treasure that had been lost for a long time. He had never seen it before. Most of them were consumables. No one was rich enough to try out such a costly item. Over the past month, many people had been waiting for news. They wanted to see if the treasure produced by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was as powerful as the rumors said. Coincidentally, someone did experience it personally and spread the news. Of course, that was actually a shill that Yan Zhaoge had long since prepared. In short, there were some brave men who used the Heaven-Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman and successfully escaped from the encirclement of a group of enemies by moving through the void. Furthermore, treasures like the Internal Crystal Furnace and Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew were also convenient to use. Therefore, the final result was clear at a glance. Anything produced by the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was bound to be of high quality. Those who bought it were satisfied, while those who didn't were envious. That was why everyone was so dissatisfied when they heard that the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries wasn't increasing the number of treasures it was selling. Instead, it was decreasing the number of items it was selling. This was within Yan Zhaoge's predictions, but he was not worried. There were quite a few good things on hand, but Yan Zhaoge would definitely not release them all at once. As time passed, he would reveal something new from time to time. Only then would he be able to ensure that others would be interested in him in the long run. It might seem shocking to have everything prepared in one go, but it was actually unnecessary. As most of the items sold by the secret pavilion were lost to time, the secret pavilion had already released many good items in one go when it officially opened. The effect of attracting attention had already been achieved. Any more would only result in overflowing, which would be a waste. Continuously weeding through the old to bring forth the new, continuously advancing to new heights. Not only would this continue to create attraction for the pavilion, but it would also continuously raise the expectations of others. This would allow the pavilion of heavenly mysteries to gain a deeper impression in the hearts of the people. Therefore, when the pavilion opened for the second time, although they were initially dissatisfied that the number of heaven-traversing 7 rotation talismans had been reduced by half, the enthusiasm of the crowd was even greater. This was because the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had released a brand new treasure. Paper Substitute. Its effect was to bear the brunt of the attack when the owner was attacked by an attack that would cause damage to the owner. Before using it, he had to prepare a substitute item. When he was attacked, even if he didn't notice it, the substitute item would automatically react and block the attack for him. The substitution paper dolls were not omnipotent. They could be neutralized by others. However, generally speaking, it would not be difficult for an enemy who could break through the substitution paper doll to kill the owner of the treasure. Therefore, this treasure was primarily meant for martial practitioners below the Immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm to be used against opponents of the same cultivation level. When facing opponents of the same level, it was indeed very effective. It was especially effective when used to deal with sneak attacks and ambushes. This was because the treasure would automatically take effect without the need for the owner to notice the enemy's sneak attack. In some critical moments, this might be a life-saving move, or the key to turning defeat into victory. In fact, if the enemy did not know about the existence of the substitute paper dolls, they might even fall into the trap. Compared to the heaven-traversing 7 turns talisman, it was not as flexible, but it was good for dealing with sneak attacks. After all, the heaven-traversing 7 rotation talisman was a treasure that required its owner's own will to use. It's on purpose, right? Everyone gradually realized, no wonder the heaven-traversing 7 turns talismans were sold less than half this time. It was to make room for these substitution paper dolls, right? While their effects were different, comparatively speaking, these two treasures were both protective treasures. How could that be? Xiao AI smiled, answering, "Our pavilion is indeed lacking in heaven-traversing 7 turns talismans this time. It is precisely because of this that we have specially released the substitution paper dolls for you to choose from." Someone questioned, "While these substitution paper dolls are good, they will be depleted as soon as they receive an attack. If they are depleted by a deceptive attack beforehand, wouldn't it be a complete waste? If that's the case, isn't it a little flashy but impractical?" That's not the case. Xiao AI imitated Yan Zhaoge, raising a finger and shaking it lightly. The substitution paper dolls will only automatically take effect if the owner is unaware of it and unable to react in time. If the enemy was still able to deceive the substitution paper dolls into attacking while being ambushed, that would be equivalent to alerting the owner of the treasure, making the sneak attack meaningless. Also, when facing an enemy, the owner of the treasure would be able to control whether or not the substitution paper dolls would be effective. If the owner of the treasure was deceived by the enemy, there would naturally be nothing to complain about. At the end of the day, people controlled treasures, not treasures controlled people. Oh, if that is so, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Hearing Xiao AI's explanation, the person who had doubted her earlier nodded slightly. Still, before he could continue, a voice called out from the side, "I want 3 of these substitution paper dolls." Regaining his wits, that person could not help but curse inwardly as he hurriedly said, "I want 3 substitution paper dolls too." No, I want 2 substitution paper dolls and an internal crystal furnace." Everyone was jubilant once more. Thus, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business continued booming. It was just that with the limited supply, there were still some who were happy while others were worried. On the first day of another month, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion opened for the third time. There are no more substitution paper dolls? Everyone looked quizzically at Xiao AI. Xiao AI said apologetically, "Our pavilion currently has no more substitution paper dolls. We are currently making preparations. Perhaps we will have some next time. I hope that everyone will be magnanimous enough to forgive us." Everyone felt a slight sense of loss within their hearts. The few who had bought substitution paper dolls previously felt incomparably fortunate. Meanwhile, most of those who had not bought them felt exceptionally upset. Even the various other treasures before them were no longer so alluring, as they could not compare to the substitution paper dolls that they had just passed by. While they were currently within the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, some people were already thinking about the next opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. At that time, would there be substitution paper dolls again? Junior apprentice brother Yen, is there really no more? Qiu Jiahai secretly asked Yen Zhaoge about this in private. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, "Of course there is." Qiu Jiahai pointed at him, unable to speak, as he only managed to say after a long time, "What an unscrupulous merchant." Xiao AI, remember, do not supply anything similar to the substitution paper dolls this time to those who have obtained a yellow token plate. Keep your mouth shut and speak the same. Just say that there are currently no more in stock. Yen Zhaoge completely accepted Qiu Jiahai's mockery before continuing to guide Xiao AI. Treasures are a privilege that only holders of token plates of higher grades can enjoy. These are all privileges, and also have to be graded. This way, the higher the grade, the more valuable it is. Do you understand? Understood. Xiao AI answered without hesitation. Her two big eyes seemed to have two huge copper coins flashing in them. After the third opening of the pavilion, there were finally quite a few people who had more or less managed to purchase treasures from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. However, the fourth opening of the pavilion was instead more anticipated by everyone. Therefore, everyone waited and waited. The day that happened once a month finally arrived once more. On the first day of another month, everyone was in high spirits. Yet, in the end, they discovered that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had actually not opened this time. This bastard had skipped his ticket. Chapter 1136. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had jumped ship. An uproar broke out at this. The old manor lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, who had always been promoting the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion with his reputation, could no longer sit still this time as he hurried over to Yuanzhou City. Upon arriving at Yuanzhou City, Heng Xianda did not see Qiu Jiahai as his heart instantly sank. Besides Yen Zhaoge's own reputation and the attractiveness of Vajra Thunder, another important factor was that someone of the Sword Sovereign's lineage had vouched for him. Still, he still saw Qiu Jiahai's disciples remaining here. After receiving Heng Xianda, Xiao AI answered his doubts. "Jade Capital Crag's Mr. Qiu has gone to look for my young master." Heng Xianda thought to himself, "I really should go look for him. The start of the month has already arrived. Why is the Ghost Pavilion still not opening?" Heng Xianda could not help but ask. When he had just entered, many people had already gathered outside due to its fame. Now, it was a huge commotion as many doubtful voices could be heard. With Heng Xianda's discernment ability, he could even tell that some of them were intentionally stirring up trouble and inciting others. Even without thinking, he knew that they were those powers whose business might have been squeezed out by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The treasures sold by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were too rare and expensive, being the only one in the world beyond worlds. After their reputation was established, their competitiveness was just too great. These people whose business had been squeezed out could only endure it. Now, however, it seemed like they finally did not have to endure it. It was rare for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to make such a foolish move. They would definitely make use of this chance. Heng Xianda smiled bitterly. One cannot stand without trust. In the world of martial practitioners, trust was especially important. Relax, Senior Heng, Xiao AI was not concerned at all. young master said earlier that everything is within his control. She went out to see the agitated crowd. This magnanimous girl's expression did not change even when facing them who seemed like they wanted to eat her alive. Our pavilion's opening date has been changed at the last moment. I first apologize to everyone here. Still, there are some hidden reasons behind this. Please remain calm. What hidden reasons? Don't try to find excuses, someone immediately yelled unhappily. Someone from the crowd tried to make a ruckus. Xiao Ai didn't give them a chance to speak. She raised her voice and said, "First of all the treasures for this month's opening have actually been prepared. The reason why the opening has been delayed is because there is a matter that has not been completely resolved." In view of the fact that last month, there were many people who wanted to purchase substitute paper dolls but were unable to do so and could only return regretfully. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, our pavilion has specially prepared a batch of substitute paper dolls. It's just that these treasures are hard to come by, so it will take some time. Please forgive me. Xiao Ai smiled and said, "Once the substitute paper figurine is ready, the pavilion will open. At that time, there will be no shortage of other treasures." Without waiting for the crowd to react, Xiao Ai continued, "Other than that, this month's opening will add another treasure that has never been sold before." The crowd became noisy again, but it wasn't the same as before. Everyone's thoughts heated up again. Last month, there were no substitute paper dolls. Many people were disappointed, so they were especially concerned about this month's opening. That was why the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had refused this month. That was why everyone had gone crazy. However, whether or not there would be substitute paper dolls for this month's opening was still unknown. Everyone was just looking forward to it. Last month, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had only said that there might be substitute paper dolls for this month's opening. Today, however, after hearing Xiao Ai's words, it was clear that there would definitely be substitute paper dolls. The dissatisfaction in most people's hearts gradually faded. Instead, they looked forward to the opening of the pavilion even more. It was just a delay, not a complete shutdown. It had to be said that the previous few successful pavilion openings that had left people dissatisfied yet also broadened their horizons had indeed given the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets a rather high reputation. At the very least, it was definitely not enough to court disaster in one go. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it even more. This was especially so after Xiao Ai had mentioned that apart from the substitute paper dolls, the internal crystal furnace, the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman, and the other treasures, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was actually going to add new treasures for sale this time. How could this not make one's heart itch and mind it incessantly? Although the vast majority of people could only buy 3 items at a time, these 3 items were freely chosen. Everyone was naturally curious about the new treasures. Those who wanted to cause trouble noticed that the crowd of Jade Capital Crag disciples had already noticed them, so they had no choice but to give up. Otherwise, they would attract too much attention in the current environment. The new treasure that our pavilion is selling this time is known as the Formation-Breaking Pestle, Xiao Ai continued. Hearing this name, everyone was slightly taken aback. Then, someone subconsciously looked towards the representative of the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family. After 3 consecutive successful transactions, the representative of the Luo family was no longer Luo Hai. However, the Luo family had already obtained an elementary token issued by the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. This token was for the Luo family and not for a specific person. Therefore, the representative of the Luo family only needed to bring the token here. May I ask what effects this formation-breaking pestle has? The representative of the Luo family regained his wits, his face instantly darkening as he asked with a final hope. Xiao Ai said nonchalantly, "This treasure was created by the Pre-Great Calamity Purple Command Villa. It is proficient in breaking and countering all formations. As a one-time consumable treasure, although not all formations can be broken, it will have a strong effect on most formations. With one strike, it will be able to shatter them." The face of the representative of the Luo family completely collapsed. He could even feel a malicious gaze looking at him from afar. That was the representative of a rival power of the Luo family. The relationship between the two sides was tense, with friction occurring all year round. When the descendants of the two families met, they would almost immediately fight to see who was stronger without saying a word. The only reason they were currently at peace was because they both wanted to buy the treasures of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. During this period of time, the only thing the Luo family had purchased from the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries aside from the internal crystal furnace was the impending rain plate. While they were just some external objects, their deterrence and suppressive power towards their enemies rose at a visible rate, giving them the upper hand. Now, however, this formation-breaking pestle had suddenly appeared. It was practically the bane of the Luo family. The impending rain plate still required the preparation of formations beforehand, but the formation-breaking pestle was a treasure that could be used directly. This treasure could be used by many people. After all, it was not just the Luo family that possessed grand formations. However, its effect on the Luo family was undoubtedly the most direct. This treasure of your pavilion. The representative of the Luo family suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Xiao Ai was looking at him innocently. This senior, is there a problem? This treasure of your pavilion. The representative of the Luo family sucked in a deep breath and said helplessly, my Luo family wants to reserve it. With the appearance of a treasure like the formation-breaking pestle, there was no need to worry about sales. Even if no one else bought it, the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family would go bankrupt to buy it all. Moreover, how could others not be interested? If it was used to deal with the Luo family, it could also be used to deal with their own enemies. When attacking the mountain, they could just attack the mountain gate's grand formation and directly destroy the other party's geographical advantage. Xiao Ai replied with a smile, everyone can stay in Yuanzhou City for now. Although our pavilion will open a little later this month, it will definitely not disappoint everyone. Please look forward to it. Chapter 1137. The Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family was helpless. The impending rain plate was of utmost importance to them in raising their strength. Meanwhile, the formation-breaking pestle just happened to counter the formations that they were proficient in. Adding the two together, the Luo family would probably suffer a greater loss. Compared to the impending rain plate, the formation-breaking pestle had become something that they had to pay more attention to. They had to control the number of formation-breaking pestles that others could obtain. They had to prevent their enemies from obtaining them. The danger of their enemies obtaining a large number of formation-breaking pestles was even more terrifying than obtaining a large number of impending rain plates. The representative of the Luo family cursed inwardly as he hurriedly sent people back to Tiger Leaping Peak to inform Luo Baiyuan, Luo Bei, and the others. The appearance of the formation-breaking pestle had a huge impact on the entire world beyond worlds, even surpassing the impending rain plate. Even those who were not enemies of the Luo family coveted it after seeing its value. While it was a one-time use treasure, the formation-breaking pestle was like the internal crystal furnace to a certain extent, possessing strategic value. Therefore, this treasure had unquestionably become the most popular treasure during the fourth opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. It was just that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion still controlled the quantity. The rarer and more expensive an item was, the more people sought after it. Unable to purchase the formation-breaking pestle, some people wanted to save up for the next opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Others wanted to make up for it by purchasing other treasures. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion came up with new tricks time and time again, causing people to feel dizzy as they became more and more engrossed. This was especially so when the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion would release new treasures every once in a while. People could not help but yearn for them as they wondered how many more trump cards the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion still had. What was most noteworthy was that 90% of the treasures sold by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were treasures that had never existed in the world beyond worlds before. The Great Calamity had caused many martial arts and rare treasures to be lost. Even if some treasures had been preserved, there were only finished products and no forging methods. With the passage of time, thousands of years had passed, and now, it had fallen into the predicament of being lost. Yet, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had allowed treasures that had been lost since the Great Calamity to reappear in the world one after another. The quantity was so great that it filled one's imagination. It was very likely that the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had not obtained a batch of finished products by chance. Instead, they had grasped the refining methods of the formation-breaking pestle, impending rain plate, internal crystal furnace, and other treasures. Therefore, as long as there were sufficient materials, they could be mass-produced. This made everyone more and more shocked. After all, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, which was currently in the limelight, had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Under the deep sea, what kind of colossus was there? Some of the peak experts didn't care much about treasures like the formation-breaking pestle and the impending rain plate. However, they also had treasures that they yearned for day and night. They had only seen records of them in literature or heard of their existence. However, they had not been able to find them for many years. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's endless surprises and astonishing resources made their hearts burn with fervor. Later on, people began to come knocking on his door, trying to request the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries to specially order some kind of special treasure. Mr. He wants the 9 rotation protection talisman. Xiao AI blinked. Our pavilion has never sold this treasure before. What brings you here, sir? This was not the opening day of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, so Xiao AI was in the rear hall receiving guests. The person before her was none other than the Brocade Emperor's disciple and Fu Ting's senior apprentice brother, embracing Taiji, He Shixing. While his cultivation base was much higher than Xiao AI's, He Shixing did not look haughty as he instead said very mildly, "Your pavilion's products have always been of excellent quality. You've also released new products time after time, seemingly having an endless supply. This He naturally came here to try his luck." "You are polite, Mr. He. If you are talking about this 9 rotation protection talisman." Xiao AI smiled, "Our pavilion does indeed have it. However, we do not have it in stock. If Mr. wants to order it, you will probably have to spend more. Also, there are some materials that you will have to prepare yourself." He Shixing had originally only been trying his luck. Hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up. "Since it is an order, it is only natural that you will have to pay a higher price." While He Shixing would pay according to the price in other shops, he might not be able to increase the price. It was not that he was arrogant. Instead, his face as the #1 descendant of ingenious Flying Peak was already worth this price. Having him owe them a favor or obtain his friendship was something that many could not wish for. Still, He Shixing himself acknowledged that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was definitely an exception. He knew the foundation of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and whose business it belonged to. Moreover, Qiu Jiahai and the other disciples of Jade Capital Crag were here as well. "What materials do you need? You can ask for them. As long as this he can find them, I will definitely find them for you." The materials that Xiao AI had requested were not all for forging the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. Some of them were for Yan Zhaoge's personal needs. The materials that He Shixing had requested also did not include all the materials required for the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. That way, Yan Zhaoge would be able to gain more while also not divulging the secret formula for forging the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. He Shixing was more or less aware of this. Still, since he had specifically requested the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to order it for him, this was only to be expected. Therefore, adding on the price of the order itself as well as the basic cost of purchasing the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had profited greatly from this deal. This was still under the premise that Yan Zhaoge was on good terms with ingenious Flying Peak and was on good terms with He Shixing. If it were anyone else, their earnings would be even more abundant. Those who requested to order it would also be willing to do so. After all, this was currently the only thing that existed in the world beyond worlds. As mentioned earlier, the price of a high-grade artifact depended more on the buyer's desire for it. As the buyer desired it incomparably, they would naturally be willing to pay a high price. Moreover, wanting the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to specially order a treasure for them was not an easy thing to do. It was about qualifications. This was not something that a low-grade token plate could enjoy. There were few in the entire world beyond worlds who could get the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to order a treasure for them. In order to obtain such qualifications, one would need to spend a considerable amount of money and experience. As time passed, Xiao Ai's understanding of Yan Zhaoge's previous instructions grew deeper and deeper. The little maid whose hands were cramping from counting money was truly overflowing with happiness now. The opening of the pavilion on the first day of every month still controlled the quantity and types of treasures sold. In order to maintain the market's desire, many treasures were sold in different combinations, not selling the same type of treasure multiple times in a row. It was just like the substitution paper figurine from back then. Therefore, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business continued to flourish. Meanwhile, the demand for token plates of various grades was even crazier. While the revenue from the opening of the pavilion each month was relatively constant, not increasing by much. Still, the total revenue of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was skyrocketing at a rate that left everyone in the know gaping and tongue-tied. Chapter 1138. This Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's business is really good. Amidst boundless space outside the world beyond worlds, two youths sat facing each other within a concealed blessed land of a foreign dimension. A white-clothed youth waved the jade talisman in his hand, a complex expression on his face. Big brother, could it be that this Yan Zhaoge cultivates in the origin heavenly scripture as well? Otherwise, how could he know so many lost secret recipes? The white-clothed youth was the earthly young master, Chen Kuanhua. Opposite him was the purple-clothed youth who sat lazily on the wooden armchair. This was naturally the upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. What did the secret pavilion come up with this time? Chen Qianhua asked, a look of interest on his face. Without waiting for Chen Kuanhua's reply, his eyes flashed a few times before he answered his own question. Oh, the life-risking pill? That's right, it's the life-risking pill. Chen Kuanhua was used to his brother's behavior. The life-forsaking pill was a spirit medicine of pre-great calamity times, a supreme treasure of a major martial power. After a martial artist took it, they would be able to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. However, after the medicinal effects wore off, they would become extremely weak. It would damage the foundation of their blood and qi. If it was not properly nurtured, there would be serious side effects. However, in a life-and-death situation, it was the best weapon to use. It could help him escape and even kill his opponent. Its effects were not great for martial saints who had ascended the Immortal Bridge, as it was mainly used for martial practitioners below the Immortal Bridge realm. Even so, the effects were still very powerful. If not for the fact that Yan Zhaoge had not lacked the raw materials previously, he would have wanted to prepare a few when his cultivation base had still been low. Therefore, once it was introduced, the sacrificial pill became a very popular treasure. Many of the treasures sold by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion seemed to be matched. Chen Kuanhua smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about the impending rain plate and the formation-breaking pestle. First they sold the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman, then they bought the anti-space forbidden stone. Even I, who didn't buy it, would call them profiteers. The space reversal forbidden stone was similarly a rare treasure of pre-great calamity times. Its function was to seal off an area of the void for a short period of time, making it difficult for others to enter or leave. Warriors who were strong enough and had a deep understanding of the profound mysteries of space could try to break through. But such an expert would most likely not need the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the anti-space restriction stone was the perfect counter to the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman. Compared to the formation-breaking pestle, which countered all the formations in the world, and the impending rain plate was merely incidental, the anti-space restriction stone's restriction on the heaven evasion 7 rotation talisman was even more direct. The prosperity of the martial Tao in pre-Great Calamity times was even greater than it is now. Many a time, when a supreme martial art or a wondrous treasure appears, as time passes, methods to counter it would emerge, Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly. There are many similar cases, so it is not surprising at all. In these 3 years, this Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion has produced a total of 34 rare treasures that had been lost after the Great Calamity. Chen Qianhua shook his head repeatedly. 34. And this doesn't even include the treasures that he made at the behest of others. Otherwise, I suspect that there would be more than 50 of them. Nearly 3 years had passed since the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets officially opened for business. It would be the 3rd anniversary of the pavilion's opening next month. During these 3 years, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already officially become the most famous business and treasure pavilion of the world beyond worlds, becoming a legendary existence in the hearts of the masses. At the same time, he also gradually weaved a huge network of relationship. Because of the short period of time, this network was still not solid as it was more of an alliance of interests. Even so, however, its influence had already spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. On the 3rd anniversary, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion made a new move. As the organizer, they held a grand auction for the world beyond worlds. Not only would the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion auction their own treasures, they would also auction off the treasures of others. Because this was the first time they were holding an auction, they would not charge an intermediary fee this time. As soon as the news spread, winds surged and clouds surged as the entire world beyond worlds seethed with excitement. A grand event rarely seen in recent years was about to arrive. From the looks of it now, Yan Zhaoge established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion not just for profit but also for fame and influence. Chen Qianhua had a solemn expression on his face. His elder brother Chen Qianhua shrugged. He is doing this to prevent the earthly sovereign from returning and the concealed sovereign from making things difficult for his broad Creed Mountain due to the matter of the dim radiant wheel and his mother. If the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign come to an agreement, the pressure on the sword sovereign will be immense. At that time, even if he can protect the father and son, he might not be able to protect Xue Chuqing. Chen Qianhua nodded slowly. I think so too. This is rather interesting, Chen Qianhua smiled, casually retrieving a jade-green talisman and handing it to his younger brother. Receiving it, Chen Qianhua suddenly thought of something. Big brother, could this be? I did not take the matter that Wang Jingqing has always entrusted to me. Still, I might as well do it now. An excited look appeared in Chen Qianhua's eyes. I wonder how that Yan Zhaoge father and son will deal with it. Chen Qianhua inhaled deeply, keeping the jade-green talisman. A pity that you cannot personally take action this time, big brother. Previously, you were subjected to the saber-piercing punishment, using your recovery and cultivation as one. It has yet to end. If it is interrupted, all of your previous efforts would be for naught. That is not important. If it is interrupted, so be it, Chen Qianhua said casually. Chen Qianhua instantly smiled bitterly. Big brother, it is still better to go all out in one go. Let's see how it goes. Chen Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. I might take action, or I might not. If Wang Jingqing takes action and I personally participate, that would be too boring. I am not very interested in it. If the Yan family father and son can display another shocking performance, I might even join in the fun. His gaze flickered slightly, no longer being so lazy as he appeared very interested. He was actually viewing the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing as a chess piece in a game with Yan Zhaoge. The earthly young master Chen Qianhua was not surprised by this. While he felt rather helpless about it, he would not be his elder brother if it was not like this. Thinking of that jade-green talisman, Chen Qianhua knew that the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing was also trying to make use of his brother. Everyone was taking what they needed. As for the final result, that would depend on their own methods. Recuperate first, big brother. I will send you to Qilin Cliff right now. Go, go, Chen Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. Chen Qianhua took his leave of his elder brother and left that blessed land, traversing numerous layers of space as he returned to the world beyond worlds. He was cautious in preventing his tracks from being exposed and being tracked to Chen Qianhua's secluded residence. While Chen Qianhua himself did not mind, Chen Kuanhua had no choice but to do so. After returning to the world beyond worlds, Chen Kuanhua hurried to Kunlun Mountain, arriving at southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. The earthly sovereign had yet to return to the world beyond worlds. The one presiding over the situation here was still the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng. Seeing Chen Kuanhua, Wang Jingcheng's expression was calm. "Why have you come here, little friend Chen?" "To deliver something to my brother," Chen Kuanhua answered solemnly. Hearing his words, Wang Jingcheng's expression did not change as he nodded slowly. "It would be great if the Upper Exalt is willing to help." Wang Jingcheng smiled faintly. "That is to be expected. Looking at the Yan clan's exiled immortals' conduct in the past, he has never been someone who waits passively. If he can seize the initiative, of course he will not let go of the opportunity. If we had been on good terms with him and lived in harmony, he wouldn't have done so many things. It is just that many things do not change according to one's will. Fallen deity Yan and his mother, Xue Chuqing, will bring immense trouble to our world beyond worlds. We will naturally not sit by and do nothing about it. Even if we feel some pity for talent, we can only set this aside for now." A look of pity appeared in the old man's gaze. "This is especially so for fallen immortal Yan. Like you, Juanxin, he has already heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord before attaining the human exalt realm. That great future of his has also become unclear now. News from the Brocade Emperor states that Yan Zhaoge has not planted the seed of the immeasurable heavenly lord within his mind like Fu Ting. Still, that is impossible. Still, this also makes things less difficult for us." Hearing his words, Li Juanxin was silent for a moment before he said, "Master, the matter of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, for the continuation of the orthodox lineage of Taoism, there are many times when we have to endure hardship. This is especially so when there is likely to be a turn for the better in the future. If we take a risk before that, we might instead bury our hopes and sacrifice ourselves for nothing." Wang Jingcheng looked benevolently at his disciple, his gaze also filled with pity. "The dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor as well as some others may have been thinking for our Taoism. Still, if they were rash, they would only end up causing endless trouble. It is just a pity that you, Juanxin, met with a tribulation for no reason due to the accident caused by the Brocade Emperor." Li Juanxin said, "This disciple need not worry for this disciple, master. As you say, there might be a turn for the better in the future. If this disciple is unable to live till then, that is also fate. As for Yan Zhaoge, this disciple also admits that he is indeed a rare genius. Still, since he has gone astray, we can only give up on him. This person's capabilities truly cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary martial practitioners. Not only is he shockingly talented in the martial Tao, he has actually caused such a great disturbance in establishing the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion within a short 3 years." Wang Jingcheng smiled. "It is precisely because he has caused such a great disturbance that the snow crane might let down her guard. This disciple somewhat understands now." Li Juanxin pondered as he said, "Creating an illusion that the Sword Sovereign's influence surpasses that of Grand Master, creating an illusion that the Yan father and son are incomparably domineering. Only then would that snow crane feel safe, thinking that there is no longer a need for her to continue hiding, that her family will be able to protect her and that the world beyond worlds will be hard-pressed to continue hunting her down. Only then would she stop hiding and instead reveal herself." Li Juanxin raised his head to look at his master. After all, if she could reunite with her family and enjoy the bliss of a family, that snow crane would definitely not be willing to be separated from her flesh and blood, making it hard for husband and wife to reunite. Right, making use of kinship. While this method might be a little underhanded, it has been the most effective one up until now. Wang Jingcheng slowly shook his head. "Still, since Upper Chen is finally willing to help now, this method is actually no longer needed." Li Juanxin asked, "Should we try to suppress the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion then?" "Of course not. 3 years have already passed. Why be in such a rush? Wang Jingqing smiled. Moreover, fallen deity Yen has caused so many lost treasures to reappear in this world. It is a good thing for our Taoism to prosper once more. This disciple will send them over now then. Li Juanxin bowed, saying. He then thought of something. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion will be holding an auction next month. As this is the first time they have done so, I believe that it will be greatly influential. Yan Zhaoge and the others will also place considerable importance on it. This way, a great deal of their attention will definitely be drawn in. If we can just happen to succeed here, things will be much easier for us. Wang Jingqing gazed into space. I hope so. If this old man's calculations are correct, it should be happening very soon. As for whether we can make it in time for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's auction, that will have to depend on fate. Various plans were being made on Qilin Cliff. Meanwhile, within Dragon Butterfly Valley, Yan Zhaoge was making the final preparations for the upcoming auction next month. The current Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already completely established itself. Their 3 years of hard work had not been in vain after all. If this auction were to be held successfully, their position as the head of the industry would be hard to shake. Still, Yan Zhaoge now received a piece of news that left him scratching his head. The Brocade Emperor has sent word that he will be participating in the auction this time. Yan Zhaoge looked quizzically at Ah Hu before him. Do you know which Brocade Emperor it is? Chapter 1140. Which Brocade Emperor? While Yan Zhaoge's words sounded rather laughable, it was actually a very serious question. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor and the white-clothed Brocade Emperor were completely different in nature. Ah Hu was very clear about the difference, so he answered solemnly, the one in black. Black-clothed? Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. Whether it was from the perspective of Yan Di and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud or from the perspective of Meng Wan and Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoge and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor were enemies. All these years, they had been able to coexist peacefully. It was only because everyone had restrained themselves and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was not in the world beyond worlds most of the time. It's from Ingenious Flying Peak, Ah Hu said helplessly. It's confirmed that it's the man in black. While he intended to eliminate Fu Ting and Meng Wan, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor bore no enmity towards the others of Ingenious Flying Peak. Of course, there were no emotions to speak of. However, to him, disciples were not dispensable existences. They were also beneficial to him. Naturally, he would not give them up so easily. Unless those of Ingenious Flying Peak clearly supported the white-clothed Brocade Emperor or obstructed the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. As for He Shixing and the others, they maintained a neutral attitude. To them, be it the white-clothed Brocade Emperor or the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, they were still the Lord of Ingenious Flying Peak from back then. Regardless of who won in the end, Ingenious Flying Peak would ultimately still be ruled by the Brocade Emperor. While the black-clothed Brocade Emperor seemed a little hard to get along with, they naturally wouldn't go against him. Besides pretending not to know anything about the white-clothed Brocade Emperor and Fu Ting, Ingenious Flying Peak would also strictly comply with whatever requests and orders the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had. Fortunately, before a victor had truly been decided between the two Brocade Emperors, be it the black-clothed or the white-clothed, they had not made things difficult for He Shixing and the others. Everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief at this. While they knew that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor seemed to be on bad terms with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, those of Ingenious Flying Peak did not know the specific reason for this, as they still hoped that they could help the two sides ease their relationship as much as possible. Therefore, He Shixing had personally gone to the Prophecy Pavilion as a representative to contact his master. He also hoped that the Prophecy Pavilion would agree and not fall out with them. What he did not know was that the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was virtually irreconcilable. Unless the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was willing to stop at his current cultivation level for the rest of his life, unable to advance any further. Agree to it, Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before agreeing. Yes, young master. As Ah Hu looked over with a surprised gaze, Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. I want to see what he is planning. If we don't let him come, it will be hard to track his whereabouts. Since that's the case, we might as well let him in. When Qiu Jiahai, who was presiding over the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, heard the news, he could not help but feel greatly shocked. The black-clothed brocade emperor has come. If things get out of hand and things get out of hand, the auction will not be able to continue. He is an emperor after all. Don't worry, Mr. Qiu. Her Majesty, the Empress, will also attend this auction, Ah Hu explained. Hearing this, Qiu Jiahai immediately felt relieved. So that's how it is. Then there's no need to worry. He then asked curiously, right, where is junior apprentice brother Yan? The goods to be auctioned this time have all been gathered. Why is he still in Dragon Butterfly Valley? Young master, he's taking care of the meat left behind by young madam. Ah Hu smiled innocently. Qiu Jiahai was stunned. Little meat? Xiao Ai coughed dryly by the side. Actually, Mr. Qiu, you might have seen her in Dragon Butterfly Valley before. Little meat is that little black dog. Oh, I have indeed seen her before, Qiu Jiahai recalled now. Still, he was a little doubtful. Ah Hu explained, Little Meaty is a beloved pet that young madam reared in the past. After our clan had established a foothold in the Royal Reed Sea that year, young madam brought Little Meaty up to the world beyond worlds from the Eight Extremities world. Afterwards, young madam left Broad Creed Mountain for safety reasons. In recent years, it has often been young master who has been taking care of it. Feng Yunsheng had been out adventuring, and even her own fate had been uncertain. She had naturally not brought Little Meat along with her back then. At the end of the day, it was just an ordinary little black dog that was not even a beast. Her earlier decision had been proven to be a wise one. Little Meat just happened to be sick these past 2 days. As there is still some time before the auction begins, young master intends to take care of it first before coming over, Hu explained. As an ordinary dog, Little Meat's lifespan should have long since come to an end. Some spirit medicines that could extend one's lifespan were of no use to martial practitioners with high cultivation bases and powerful fleshly bodies. Still, if Little Meat were to be fed them, it would still be able to extend its lifespan by quite a few years even if it did not follow its owner into the heavens. Therefore, it was still alive and kicking now. Of course, it could still be infected with diseases. In Dragon Butterfly Valley, looking at the little fella before him, Yan Zhaoge tapped its head. Yunsheng raised you to be too greedy back then, daring to eat anything. Now, you must have suffered. The little black dog whimpered rather aggrievedly, wagging its little tail by Yan Zhaoge's side. It was gradually recovering now. Little fella. Yan Zhaoge stroked its neck, turning and saying to the massive entity on the other side, after I leave, I'll leave it to you. You better be more reliable. Pan Pan, who resembled a small mountain, blinked his eyes, nodding in a seemingly simple and honest manner. In terms of usefulness or potential, the little black dog was naturally incomparable to this Pisho. Still, at the end of the day, keeping pets had never been just for guarding the house. And a certain glutton who had the ability to guard the house was often not that reliable too. Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that Little Meat would be toyed with by Pan Pan when he was not around. He did not know if it was a misconception, but a certain fatty who was becoming more and more human-like and intelligent seemed to be growing more and more black-bellied. Because Ah Hu had touched its ear once, this fellow had immediately turned around and ruthlessly rewarded Ah Hu on the spot. Ah Hu's tragic cries from back then still seemed to be reverberating by Yan Zhaoge's ears even after a few years had passed, letting Yan Zhaoge know just how mournful a person could be. Meanwhile, a certain fatty had an innocent look on his face afterwards, looking as though he had done it first. Ah Hu wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This little fella, Little Meat, I have been a little too spoiled these past few years, spoiling it even more than Yunsheng. This is not good. I should find someone to play the good cop before I play the good cop. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be reflecting on himself as he very irresponsibly ignored Little Meat's lifeless gaze, tossing it to Pan Pan before leaving Dragon Butterfly Valley and heading to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. After remaining in Dragon Butterfly Valley for a few more days, when Yan Zhaoge arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City, it was already nearing the start of the auction. He had naturally not stayed in Dragon Butterfly Valley purely for Little Meat previously, as he had still had other matters to attend to. Now, however, everything was finally ready. Still, coincidentally, when Yan Zhaoge arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, the skies above Yuanzhou City just happened to be filled with purple qi. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Oh? The Brocade Emperor? Chapter 1141. Arriving at Yuanzhou City at the same time as the Brocade Emperor was not within Yan Zhaoge's predictions. The purple aura in the sky rippled slightly. It was obvious that the other party was also surprised. A black-clothed man appeared amidst the purple sea of clouds. His features were handsome to the point of being incomparably handsome, his demeanor dazzling. It was none other than the Brocade Emperor. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were calm like water without the slightest fluctuation. He simply didn't seem like a living being that was filled with intelligence. Or, it should be said that they did have intelligence, and they were above the masses. However, it was not agile. So much so that when he looked at others, it was as if he was observing and sizing up lifeless existences. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor was currently looking at Yan Zhaoge. Ever since their parting in the 9 underworlds, this was the second time Yan Zhaoge had met this black-clothed Brocade Emperor who had switched to the unfeeling Tao. In order to help the Sword Sovereign accumulate power, Yan Zhaoge had often intentionally or unintentionally made his figure fade in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Therefore, while the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was famed throughout the world beyond worlds, most people were not very clear on the exact relationship between them. Most people were also very unfamiliar with the relationship between Xiao Ai and Yan Zhaoge. Still, the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all knew that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, which had caused such great waves in the world beyond worlds, was precisely Yan Zhaoge's handiwork. It was all thanks to the Yan family's banished immortal that dozens of long-lost treasures were able to reappear. While the black-clothed Brocade Emperor did not reside in the world beyond worlds, he clearly understood this very well. He was currently appraising Yan Zhaoge even more carefully than when they had first met in the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as he did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest despite being stared at by a true immortal. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion is greatly honored by the visit of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. He cupped his hands in greeting, saying indifferently, "Whatever treasure your majesty has taken a liking to, you can just ask your disciples to come over. For you to personally come, this Yan is overwhelmed by the favor." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's way of addressing him, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor stopped observing. Still, his expression did not change in the slightest. "Does the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion have what I want?" the black-clothed Brocade Emperor asked calmly. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched upward slightly, but there was no smiling intent within his gaze. "The thing that your majesty wants the most is naturally there. Still, your majesty is destined to be unable to pay the price. Therefore, your majesty should settle for the next best thing, considering other options. That way, you won't return empty-handed." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's sharp reply, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was not angered as he remained indifferent. There is no need to be in such a hurry to refuse. It is still too early to say whether I will be able to get what I want. Still, if the Brocade Emperor wishes to inspect the goods today, I'm afraid that you will still be disappointed, Yan Zhaoge said as he observed the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. The other party was unperturbed. "It doesn't matter. Since I'm here, I naturally won't miss out on today's grand occasion. Speaking of which, it's rare in recent years." Yan Zhaoge spoke no further as he nodded slowly. "Those who have come are guests. Please come in, Brocade Emperor." The two of them descended to Yuanzhou City and arrived at the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. With the Brocade Emperor's status, be it friend or foe, he would naturally be treated as an esteemed guest before they had completely fallen out. The token plate of ingenious flying peak in the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was of a very high grade in the first place. Having developed for the past 3 years, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had long since been properly trained in etiquette and manpower. A receptionist led the Brocade Emperor to a private room where he could be seated. Yan Zhaoge naturally had a place to go as well. Xiao Ai, Ahu and Qiu Jiahai had long since been waiting there. Even Wang Pu was present as he asked upon seeing him enter, "What is the purpose of this black-clothed Brocade Emperor's visit?" It is still unclear. Still, it can be confirmed that he has come with ill intentions and wants to cause trouble. After sitting down, Yan Zhaoge sipped on his tea as he said, "Still, seeing how he is not making a move now, I feel that he is probably not the only one who wants to cause trouble." The expressions of Wang Pu and the others all turned solemn. "Should we inform junior apprentice brother Nya to come over?" Qiu Jiahai asked. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. It is still uncertain what the other party wants to do now. It is best for senior apprentice brother Nya to remain unmoved. It is just that I would like to ask him to shift his position and not remain in the region of Thousand Lakes. The southern Blazing Heaven territory is currently not the main focus. It would be better for senior apprentice brother Nya to temporarily move to the area between the central June Heaven territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai both nodded slowly before Wang Pu said, "The white-clothed Brocade Emperor cannot be contacted, and there is no news from ingenious Flying Peak either." With the black-clothed Brocade Emperor here, the most suitable person to deal with him would naturally be his old enemy, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. With the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag currently in the hands of the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, if no other immortal realm experts intervene to help him, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor would only be able to avoid him wherever he appeared. Previously, the 2 Brocade Emperors had competed with one another, spending most of their time in extra-dimensional space. Now that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge and the others would naturally think of a way to inform the white-clothed Brocade Emperor to return as well. Family Head said that Miss Fu is temporarily unable to contact that white-clothed Brocade Emperor as well, who hurriedly answered now. Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. It doesn't feel like a coincidence. It seems like something must have happened that has hindered the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Could this be one of the reasons why the black-clothed Brocade Emperor has the confidence to swagger over to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion? Everyone exchanged looks, all feeling as though a great, formless net was currently enveloping them. Yan Zhaoge was not flustered as he was just rather hesitant. What exactly is their goal? Is it really here at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion? In a lower world, a group of martial practitioners was currently congregating, heading towards the wound of the sky that led to the world beyond worlds. The ruler of this lower world was known as the Rinsing Flower Sect. The Rinsing Flower Sect originated from this lower world, later establishing its foundation at Fog Tea Mountain in the eastern vast heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Every few years, the Rinsing Flower Sect of the world beyond worlds Fog Tea Mountain would send a batch of disciples to that lower world. On one hand, they would maintain their control over it, and on the other, they would temper themselves. Now, a new batch of disciples had already descended to the lower world. Meanwhile, the previous batch of disciples who had been stationed there earlier would be allowed to return to the world beyond worlds. The previous batch of disciples was naturally overjoyed. Still, someone was dissatisfied. I heard from the new senior apprentice sister that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion is currently holding its 3rd anniversary celebration. Sadly, we won't be able to make it in time. Everyone else laughed. Only our chief and the elders of our Rinsing Flower sect can participate in such a grand occasion. Even if you were in the world beyond worlds before this, what does that have to do with you? Chief and the elders will definitely bring their disciples along to serve them. Why can't we have the chance to go along and broaden our horizons? The first person retorted. Everyone laughed and talked amongst themselves, actually not really taking it seriously. There was only one female disciple who seemed to agree with everyone on the surface, though her gaze was slightly lost in thought. I really never thought that husband, Zhaoge and the others would actually be able to accomplish such great things, she thought leisurely, yet sighed, sadly, I still cannot go see you. While it seemed like the time was already ripe for their family to reunite, with someone in the world beyond worlds able to protect her and give her a place to stay, still, having lived as a fugitive for so many years, this woman was very vigilant as she did not relax at all. This was because she did not wish to bring trouble to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, who had just managed to establish themselves with much difficulty. She would rather suffer a little. Still, I never thought that husband would actually be the son of the exalted gold luminary. The woman's brows knit together as she was concerned about something else. The exalted gold luminary is of the same generation as my great-grand master. Doesn't that mean that I'm 2 whole generations younger than husband? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 1142. Li Lin, a martial grandmaster disciple of the world beyond world's eastern vast heaven territories Fog Tea Mountains Rinsing Flower Sect. This was the current identity of the martial saint Xue Chuqing. Due to her efforts, she had successfully entered the ranks of the Rinsing Flower Sect disciples who had descended to the lower worlds over 10 years ago, living a low-profile life there ever since. Now that a new batch of disciples of the Rinsing Flower Sect had descended to the lower worlds, it was time for them to return to the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing did not attempt to remain in that lower world alone. Everything went with the flow. Too many deliberate actions would easily leave behind traces that would be discovered by those who were pursuing her. The best place to hide a leaf was a forest. If a leaf suddenly turned into a flower, however dense the surrounding foliage, it would still be conspicuous. After all, those who were searching for her had much sharper eyesight than a hawk. He was an ordinary person, quietly being a leaf. If he could stay on the branch, he would stay. If he wanted to fall to the ground, he would fall. After falling and being buried in the soil, she would instead be reborn a second time. The fate of the Rinsing Flower Sect disciple, Li Lin, was already destined to be ordinary and unremarkable. After returning to the world beyond worlds from the lower worlds, she would perish while out adventuring. Apart from a few fellow disciples of the Rinsing Flower Sect whom she was more familiar with, this would not cause much of a stir. There were only so many places to go missing in the lower worlds. The so-called danger zones were limited even for peak experts who could remain in the lower worlds, making it easy to find them. It was different in the world beyond worlds. Countless people were vanishing every day. Xue Chuqing was already very familiar with such a life. In order to avoid being tracked, she could not stay in the same place for too long. Occasionally, she would leave her true name out of the need to set up a diversion. Still, she concealed her name like this most of the time. Drifting from place to place, there was no end in sight. Still, Xue Chuqing was not in a constant state of panic. Even as she remained vigilant at all times, she also had a big heart that sought joy amidst hardship. For example, what she was currently feeling conflicted about was not that she had to continue fleeing for her life. Instead, it was her seniority with Yan Di. Ah, so annoying. Xue Chuqing thought hatefully in her heart, I can't calculate it from the relationship between great-grandmaster and father-in-law and mother-in-law back then. In any case, we are not of the same sect, so we have to talk about our own matters. Yes, that's it. Junior sister Li, what's wrong? Someone beside her asked curiously, don't tell me you still miss this place. Xue Chuqing, or rather, Li Lin, came back to her senses. She shook her head and said, not at all. I'm just regretting that I can't make it to the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries' 3rd anniversary celebration. Everyone said, that's right. Although our chances aren't high, it would be great if we were chosen by the sect leader and the elders to participate in the auction. Staying in the world beyond worlds, there would at least be a chance. Coming down here, there is no chance at all. It's the same for the new batch of seniors and juniors. Speaking of which, I'm afraid they're even more regretful than us. Everyone discussed animatedly, while Xue Chuqing fell silent once more. Actually, she didn't feel any regret. Compared to these rinsing flower sect disciples, Xue Chuqing knew more. These fellow disciples only knew how powerful the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was now and how close it was to the lineage of the Sword Sovereign at Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. Meanwhile, as soon as Xue Chuqing heard that the current manager of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was Xiao Ai, she knew that it was Broad Creed Mountain's handiwork, the handiwork of her husband and son. Still, she didn't intend to look for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di now. She was proficient in the Tao of divination and even possessed a supreme treasure like the river diagram. Yet, she had never divined matters pertaining to Broad Creed Mountain. This was to avoid people who were similarly searching for her through divination discovering her traces and targeting Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. While Broad Creed Mountain had already gained a stable footing in the world beyond worlds, even having a backer like the Sword Sovereign, Xue Chuqing was instead even more vigilant. Those who were looking for her might be waiting for her to relax and reveal a flaw. Therefore, even as she missed her kin, Xue Chuqing still forced her heart to be as calm as still water at this moment. Was it not also a way of dispelling one's worries by thinking about one's seniority with Yan Di in a playful manner? Xue Chuqing was currently completely fine as she rose into the air alongside her fellow disciples of the Rinsing Flower sect, passing through the wound of the sky and returning to the world beyond worlds beneath the protection of the sect's treasure. She had long since surpassed the third level of the Martial Saint realm. Still, she was naturally acting like everyone else now. Still, just as she was passing through the wound of the sky, some unease suddenly arose within Xue Chuqing's heart. A hint of danger was indistinctly present. Instantly, Xue Chuqing's heart was filled with alarm. To her, if it really was an insignificant and minor danger, it should be small and clear. However, it was currently so weak that it was virtually undetectable, yet blurry as if it was just her misperception. There could only be one explanation for that. An expert who was extremely proficient in the Tao of divination was deceiving her senses. While there seemed to be no abnormalities on the surface, a faint light instantly flickered within Xue Chuqing's left pupil. I still can't see it clearly even through the river diagram. Xue Chuqing knit her brows slightly. At this moment, jade green light shot into the skies from the peak of a mountain in the world beyond worlds. The green light transformed into all-encompassing radiance that expanded into the surrounding heavens and earth. As it expanded, the radiance faded as it gradually became hard to detect. On the peak of the mountain, a figure raised his head and watched as the jade green light gradually vanished. The voice of a person still seemed to resound by his ear. The owner of that voice was precisely the person who had previously handed him the source of the green light, a jade green talisman paper. It was the voice of the disciple of the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng, the Earth Spirit Lord Li Juanxin. This talisman originates from the Upper Exalt. The Upper Exalt's martial foundation is the origin heavenly scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage, one of the most proficient divination techniques under the heavens. This talisman can suppress and deceive that Snow Crane's acute sense of danger which is close to foresight, even disrupting her half of the river diagram. My master's divination indicates that the opportunity should be in the near future. Please calculate its general location. With such a division of labor, it will be easier for us to find clues and obtain accurate information. With the help of the Upper Exalt's talisman, even if that Snow Crane moves, we will still be able to track it within a short period of time. It is just that time is limited at the end of the day. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to intercept this Snow Crane in the future. At the same time, if that father and son of Broad Creed Mountain detect something amiss and rush over to reinforce us, while my master has already made appropriate arrangements, we still have to be prepared for the worst. Therefore, we must end this battle quickly and deal with it as soon as possible. Intercept that Snow Crane. Her life and death will be at your disposal. Only, my master wants to take a look at the various treasures on that Snow Crane. I hope that you will remember this. The other party seemed not to be afraid that he would take the treasures for himself. Still, he indeed did not have much time to think about that now. To him, the best situation would be to silently take care of Xue Chuqing without the father and son of Broad Creed Mountain knowing anything about it. Only then would everything be fine. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Sighing, he closed his eyes, silently calculating within his heart. After a long time, he abruptly opened his eyes before his figure vanished from the spot, speeding off in a certain direction. Little Gao Qing might be a little careless, but her grandfather, Gao Shuabua, would definitely remind her repeatedly about this matter. Thus, the chances of Gao Qing leaking the news were very low. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and the others didn't like the world beyond worlds. Even if they wanted to stir up chaos within the world beyond worlds, they didn't have enough resources on hand. Naturally, they couldn't do anything. If Yan Zhaoge had only met Chu Lily once, it would not have been possible to anger the female emperor. I promise, I've never leaked any information here, Wang Pu said with a wry smile. So, it shouldn't be because I brought the letter. At least, the possibility of that is very small. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. It's probably something else that caused the female emperor to miss her appointment. Still, there aren't many things that she would be concerned about. The female empress, Jie Mingkong, was famous for sweeping away the snow in front of her own door, not caring about the frost on the roof of others. Most of the time, of the world beyond worlds' 5 emperors, her presence was the weakest. Because there were very few things that could make her move. Therefore, her presence at Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony had shocked everyone present. Even when the Brocade Emperor had challenged Mars Halberd in the past, a rare immortal battle in the world beyond worlds in recent years, the female emperor had not bothered about it at all. When Chen Qianhua had kicked down Ingenious Flying Peak, the female emperor had similarly not moved. Only when Chen Qianhua had intended to become the Southern Exalt and had clashed with Jade Capital Crag's Nye Jingxian, which involved Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Capital Crag, had the female emperor appeared once more. It was not easy to make the current #1 female expert of the world beyond worlds move. Whether it is my Broad Creed Mountain or senior apprentice Uncle Yu's Jade Capital Crag, the reason why the female emperor is so friendly with them is actually because of the friendship between my ancestor and the Astro Sovereign. Although it is most likely not because I brought the letter for Senior Chu, Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, I'm afraid that the thing that is most likely to move the female emperor in the world beyond worlds is still related to the Astro Sovereign. Hearing his words, Wang Pu nodded slowly. Indeed, there is more than one person who came looking for trouble. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the ceiling of the private room as he said decisively, with the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's current condition, he would not be able to set up such a grand scheme. The person who could link all of this together, Xiao Ai and the others suddenly understood and said in unison, Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. That white-clothed Brocade Emperor cannot come, and the female emperor cannot come as well. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly. No matter how I look at it, this does not seem to be an isolated incident. Instead, it seems to have been planned beforehand. Old Wang, are you unhappy with the fact that the secret pavilion is gathering power for my Jade Capital Crag? Wang Pu asked gravely. Because Qiu Jiahai and the other disciples of Jade Capital Crag were participating, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was stirring up a storm. To a certain extent, they were indeed continuously boosting the Sword Emperor's reputation. All along, of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns, the concealed sovereign had always kept a low profile while the Sword Sovereign had the least experience. Therefore, the earthly sovereign had vaguely been the leader. At present, the appearance of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was not enough to change the situation. However, if this were to continue developing, the effects would become deeper and deeper, and it was hard to say whether or not new signs would appear. In the world of martial artists, the feelings of the people were not as important as in the secular world. Still, after so many years, the world beyond worlds was deeply intertwined with one another, as there would inevitably be connections between the upper and lower levels. While it was the upper levels who influenced the lower levels most of the time, when the lower levels gradually formed a whole, their voices would have to be taken seriously by the upper levels as well. If the stances of the higher echelon experts shifted, it would naturally affect the authority of the peak experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was no great disparity in strength between the two sides. As the chief steward of the world beyond worlds most of the time, Wang Pu did not believe that the Earth Exalt Wang Xingqing could not understand this. Still, there is a precondition. Qiu Jiahai said, the concealed sovereign must remain neutral. If the concealed sovereign firmly supports the earthly sovereign, the current situation in the world beyond worlds will not change. That being said, before the concealed sovereign expresses his stance, the Earth Exalt should not act rashly. This is not in line with his style. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, therefore, he should not be in a hurry to suppress the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion unless the Earth Exalt intends to do the opposite, going against his usual style. While this was possible, it was rather small. Then, his target. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Ahu. Before he had finished speaking, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on the face of Ahu beside him as he took out a purple ice crystal and crushed it. Light flickered within the ice crystal, forming information. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned ugly as Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. Not a single one of my helpers can arrive, but my enemies are coming one after another. The information contained within the ice crystal was, the Heaven Emperor has descended upon the southeast. Chapter 1144. Everyone's expression became even more solemn when they saw the information in the crystal. The Heaven Emperor had undoubtedly come to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory for the later Earth text buried in the Royal Reed Sea. The later Earth text was buried in the Royal Reed Sea as Broad Creed Mountain was currently unable to retrieve it. But for the Heaven Emperor, who had already pushed open the immortal door, as long as he was given some time, he would be able to think of a way. The Earth Mother Tao ritual had many restrictions. With Yan Zhaoge having established a certain connection with the later Earth text, others of Broad Creed Mountain would be unable to replace him in wielding the ritual, borrowing the power of the later Earth text to resist the Heaven Emperor. The enmity between the two sides was too deep, and there was almost no possibility of turning hostility into friendship. If the Heaven Emperor obtained the later Earth text, it would definitely increase his strength. Such an enemy becoming even more powerful was naturally not something that all of Broad Creed Mountain wished to see. Usually, Yan Zhaoge would just put aside the matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and hurry back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea to deal with the matter of the later Earth text. Now, however, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was right in front of him, making it hard to fathom him. An Earth Exalt making a move is indeed extraordinary. He has considered all aspects. Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly. I wonder if he and Upper Chen will make a move. Over at the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, junior brother Nye should be hurrying over to handle it. Wang Pu said solemnly, I will immediately return to Jade Capital Crag and invite the Origin Opening Sword out of the mountain. The Origin Opening Sword was the sword that the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei used in the past, the leakless immortal weapon. When Yuzhenbei had left the world beyond worlds for the extra-dimensional void, he had left behind this sword to guard his sect. Wang Pu had not summoned the Origin Opening Sword for himself. At the end of the day, his cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. The current sword master was either the southwestern Exalt Bai Tao or the southern Exalt Nye Jingshan. It would be best if he could deliver the sword to Nye Jingshan in time. If the situation did not allow it, Wang Pu was also prepared to contact Bai Tao at the same time. The Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor and the Upper Exalt who might intervene. Qiu Jiahai took a deep breath as well. From the looks of it, he is determined to obtain it. If Elder Wang were to personally make a move, he would definitely bring out the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. The Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram was a leakless immortal artifact that the earthly sovereign had always carried with him. All this while, he had remained at the southern high peaks Chilan Cliff to guard the mountain gate, but he rarely left the mountain. Even when the Brocade Emperor had challenged Mars Halberd and the Earth Exalt had acted as their witness, he had not invited the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram to accompany him. However, everyone present knew that given the situation today, it would be fine if Wang Jingqing did not personally make a move. If he attacked, he would definitely use the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. There is no harm in being prepared. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Wang. Still, what will the encompassing emperor's attitude towards the bigwigs of the world beyond worlds who are still here? The biggest possibility is that they won't help either side. Wang Pu and Qiu Jiahai looked at each other and said, I see. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly, standing up. All right, I will send you out, senior apprentice brother Wang. Otherwise, with the black-clothed Brocade Emperor blocking the door, it will probably be hard for you to return to Jade Capital Crag. Wang Pu frowned. Junior apprentice brother Yan, you want to? I had originally intended to send Ahu to Dragon Butterfly Valley to take a look, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. While that place is hidden, there is no guarantee that no one will know about it. Actually, if they want to ruin the business of my Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, destroying Dragon Butterfly Valley is also a good method. Dragon Butterfly Valley's environment was unique in the first place. After Yan Zhaoge's modifications, it had become suitable for him to forge artifacts on a large scale. If it was completely destroyed at its core, Yan Zhaoge would have to spend a great deal of effort to find another suitable place. Still, I now feel that the other party's target is not the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge led the way out of the elegant room. Whether it is the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion or the later Earth text of the Royal Reed Sea, they are all just pretenses. It is a method to divert our attention and draw our manpower. His true target and the person who is handling this matter is something else entirely. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The Earth Exalt has already laid out his plans. If I continue to wait passively, I will only be losing the initiative. Therefore, with that, he strode forward, shifting space as he was already outside the elegant room of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Therefore, I prefer to take the initiative and seek a chance to break out of this situation. As Yan Zhaoge pushed open the door, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was already looking at him. This Yan has some matters to attend to and has come to bid farewell to the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. When I was actually unable to see through your depths when we met earlier, I had already vaguely suspected it. Still, I still felt it to be inconceivable. To think that it was actually true. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge. It should only have been over 3 years since you stepped into the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm back in the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1145. 1 VP, ZRDHE was just doubtful and puzzled by the obvious illogical phenomenon in front of him, and he tried to correct it. Still, however he looked at it, the Yan Zhaoge before him was shockingly already a 9th level martial saint, the late immortal bridge stage. Not having made a move earlier, Yan Zhaoge had returned to simplicity, his external appearance resembling that of a mortal who had never cultivated in the heavenly Tao. Only when the two sides clashed did they reveal some clues. His acupoints, which could break through the void and see the true God, revolved ceaselessly like the real stars in the universe. Apart from destruction, the stars could also create new life. When a star reached its end and eventually perished, a new star would be born. The countless stars had their own unique trajectories. They revolved as they pleased, orderly, and had profound rules. The cycle of life and death continued, and the martial artist's strength entered a whole new level. Of all the acupoints in his body, there were only a few hidden acupoints that had not broken through the void to see the true spirit. As long as all of his acupoints were successfully opened to see divinity, it would mean that he had attained the body of a human immortal, stepping into the realm of supremacy of the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. As compared to when Yan Zhaoge had still been at the 8th level of the martial saint realm in the 9 underworlds back then, he had naturally undergone a complete transformation. The Brocade Emperor had personally interacted with Yan Zhaoge of the 8th level of the martial saint realm back in the 9 underworlds. Although at that time, he had not yet been split into two and become two people in black and white, his memories were still there. Comparing the two, the Brocade Emperor could not be any clearer about the obvious gap between the current Yan Zhaoge and the one from back then. Still, this caused the black-clothed Brocade Emperor to doubt his life even more. Others aside, he had personally seen Yan Zhaoge ascend from the 7th level of the martial saint realm to the 8th level of the martial saint realm back in the 9 underworlds. Others might not understand the situation, but how could he not? While he could tell that Yan Zhaoge should have only recently attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm, it had only been less than 5 years since that time in the 9 underworlds. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the harder it would be to advance, and the longer it would take. Having reached the immortal bridge martial saint realm, every single step forward was exceedingly difficult. Most people would stop at a certain realm for more than 10 years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Were they not talented? Martial practitioners who could ascend the immortal bridge were all dragons and phoenixes amongst men, geniuses amongst geniuses. However, the higher the road, the more difficult it would be. This principle was applicable to everyone. Being able to push open the door to immortality, the Brocade Emperor was naturally superior to his peers. Still, he had not been able to achieve this as quickly as Yan Zhaoge had in the past. This was especially so considering how his father, Yan Di, had similarly progressed at a shocking rate. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor gazed at Yan Zhaoge. The father and son of the Yan family are both fallen deities. Apologies for the offense, black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, frankly speaking, this Yan is indeed not standing on your side in the conflict between you and the other Brocade Emperor. Both of us are well aware of the reason for this. Still, while I support that Brocade Emperor, I never thought that I would have to fight you head-on so soon. Yan Zhaoge suddenly smiled. If not for the fact that I have other matters to attend to, it would actually be pretty good. A fight between humans and immortals, it would be a great thing. Both sides spoke without restraint, their voices echoing throughout the entire Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Only now did everyone wake up from their daze. What followed was a daze brought about by even more shock. The fallen deity Yan Zhaoge wanted to challenge the Brocade Emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality as a late immortal bridge martial saint. The matter of the Brocade Emperor having split into two was still only spread amongst a few people. Therefore, most people were especially shocked at this moment. Even though the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had already battled the Myriad Emperor to a draw with the southern exalt Nie Jingshan, everyone present was still greatly shocked at this moment. Chen Qianhua and Nie Jingshan had both been renowned beneath the heavens for many years as they were both extraordinary figures. One had been the #1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds for many years while the other was hailed as the #3 martial saint of the world beyond worlds despite being a 9th level martial saint. Whatever the case, the two of them had displayed the strength to contend against true immortals. They were both at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, human exalts. When had they ever been like the current Yan Zhaoge who dared to contend against immortals as a 9th level martial saint? Let alone the world beyond worlds of post-Great Calamity times, even those of pre-Great Calamity times would not be able to recall such a shocking feat in a short period of time. Everyone's hearts burned with passion. They urgently wanted to know if Yan Zhaoge of the 9th level of the martial saint realm could stand against the Brocade Emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality many years ago. The urgency of this had already surpassed that of the auction that was currently in full swing. I am not in a hurry. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor said indifferently, please do not be stingy in displaying the profundities of the Tai fist, little friend Yan. With that, he directly raised a finger, tapping towards Yan Zhaoge's brow. As soon as he attacked, it was shockingly one of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, the Grand Commencement Divine Finger. Facing an opponent of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the black-clothed brocade emperor's first move had been his ultimate move. He actually did not underestimate Yan Zhaoge in the least. Back in the 9 underworlds, before he had split apart, the brocade emperor had once clashed with Yan Zhaoge of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. At that time, Yan Zhaoge had made use of the geographical environment of the 9 underworlds to condense the body of a black Buddha with the faceless devilish scripture, attaining the illusory 9th level of the martial saint realm before unleashing Heart's Will Thunder to attack the flaws in the brocade emperor's cultivation deviation. Still, the brocade emperor already had a general estimate of Yan Zhaoge's strength at the 8th level of the martial saint realm. The black-clothed brocade emperor's judgment that did not involve emotions in the slightest was that Yan Zhaoge, who had improved on that foundation and attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm, really might be able to battle a true immortal as a human. While the two had not truly clashed earlier, they had already exchanged blows in midair. The black-clothed brocade emperor had sealed Yuanzhou city with his martial qi. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge had used the fist intent of his grand shattering brightness fist to rip open a crack in the layers of purple qi, helping Wang Pu to leave. The moment an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether he was skilled or not. With just this exchange of blows, the black-clothed brocade emperor knew that this unprecedented opponent required him to go all out and face him seriously. As soon as the grand commencement divine finger was executed, the world seemed to have returned to earlier heaven as the concepts of time and space no longer existed. There was only that profound, formless, and intangible qi of earlier heaven that upheld the principles of the heavens and the earth. Facing this finger, Yan Zhaoge too felt time and space being distorted. It was as if he had already been struck by the black-clothed brocade emperor's finger. Still, he was not flustered in the slightest as he raised his palm, striking down with a cyclic heavenly seal. A majestic power manifested. One palm had two sides, one being grand simplicity at the beginning of earlier heaven while the other was grand ultimate at the end of earlier heaven. As the two sides reversed, the black-clothed brocade emperor's qi of earlier heaven was sent all the way to later heaven through grand beginning, grand plainness, and grand ultimate. The cyclic heavenly seal had the ability to revert to earlier heaven, causing the later heaven world to revert to earlier heaven. Yet, this palm of Yan Zhaoge's was reversed, wanting to revert to earlier heaven falling behind the heavens. The profundities of its usage depended on one's will as the mighty power of the cyclic heavenly seal to overturn the very heavens and earth was fully displayed. My words might be a little rude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, pardon my bluntness, but you are not strong in your current state. Chapter 1146. Faced with the pair of cyclic heavenly seals, the profundities of the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger actually showed signs of dissipating. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not get angry at Yan Zhaoge's words. He simply raised his left palm and placed it across his chest. In the center of his palm, yin and yang hugged together, and the taiji rotated. The power of the taiji yin-yang palm was condensed. At the same time, plain-colored cloud qi coiled around the black-clothed brocade emperor's body. It was precisely the qi of grand plainness. The power of Tai Qi rotated and continuously supplied the Tai plainness qi. Then, the Tai plainness qi turned into the formless Tai Shi emptiness. The power of the grand beginning bright emptiness form shifted between real and illusory as it converged on the tip of the black-clothed brocade emperor's right index finger. From Tai Chi, to Tai Su, to Tai Shi, and finally back to Tai Chu. The change in reverting to earlier heaven allowed the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger to see light once more. Under this finger strike, the four forms of nature had fused into one and returned to simplicity. It was boundlessly profound and possessed peerless might. Even though the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperor were still inferior to the one and only brocade emperor of the past, the black-clothed brocade emperor was still an emperor expert who had pushed open the door to immortality as he similarly dominated the mortal realm. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, he fully displayed the flair of the #1 expert of the world beyond world's grand, clear direct lineage. His right index finger was still pointing towards Yan Zhaoge's forehead. Yan Zhaoge was neither flustered nor flustered as his left hand continued blocking the grand commencement divine finger with the heaven-flipping seal. His right hand clenched into a fist as he counterattacked the black-clothed brocade emperor. The force of the Taiji yin-yang palm was still condensed within the Taiji diagram of the black-clothed brocade emperor's left palm before his chest, blocking Yan Zhaoge's right fist. Yan Zhaoge's right fist seemed to have been split into two by a formless boundary. Half of it shone with resplendent light, glistening and dazzling, while the other half blended into the darkness and was hard to see. The surface of his fist was covered with a layer of dim light. It was not bright, not dazzling, but rather misty. The black-clothed brocade emperor thought of something as he immediately wanted to change his move. However, Yan Zhaoge's right fist had already struck the Taiji diagram formed of his palm force. The primal chaos on his fist converged, and the power of light and darkness was born. The boundless darkness transformed into boundless light. Amidst the radiance, the 12 heavenly wheels rotated in the void like 12 radiant gods, illuminating the endless void. In the next moment, the 12 incarnations of the gods of light shattered together. It was the shattering brightness fist. Not only did this punch shatter light, but it also seemed to shatter the Tao of light and darkness. The terrifying power of yin and yang destruction also forcefully broke apart the Tai Chi diagram formed by the interweaving of yin and yang. Unlike when he had torn apart the purple clouds to help Wang Pu escape, he had only unleashed his fist intent. Now, he had unleashed the true great shattering brightness fist, causing the world to change color. Having just witnessed the fist intent of the grand shattering brightness palm, the black-clothed brocade emperor knew that this move of Yan Zhaoge's just happened to counter the Taiji yin-yang palm to a certain extent. He wanted to change his move, but it was too late. As the Taiji yin-yang palm was forcibly broken through by Yan Zhaoge's great shattering brightness fist, the black-clothed brocade emperor's combined attack of the grand cosmos 4 manifestations was immediately affected as a result. Yan Zhaoge saw this all too clearly as he mightily exerted force with the cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, immediately switching from defense to offense as he dispelled the brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger. The attack of the black-clothed brocade emperor's combined 4 manifestations with its head and tail connected as one was forcibly ripped apart by Yan Zhaoge as its structure was destroyed. Yan Zhaoge attacked simultaneously from both ends, launching a ferocious attack from 2 directions that resembled the frenzied tides of a tsunami. "You live up to your reputation." The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression did not change as he suddenly changed his stance. He ignored Yan Zhaoge's ferocious attack as he retracted the Taiji yin-yang palm with his left hand, suddenly clenching it into a fist before punching towards Yan Zhaoge. Beneath the effects of the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the spatial coordinates of the two seemed to change. As he drifted, the black-clothed brocade emperor's fist had already arrived above Yan Zhaoge's head. This fist of his looked rather strange as it did not seem like a punch. Instead, it seemed like a crutch had appeared in his hand as he swung it to hit someone. It was shockingly the crutch art of one of the grand clear later Heaven 5 ultimates. As the crutch moved, it seemed destined to hit its target. This supreme martial art was even more powerful in the hands of the black-clothed brocade emperor who was a true immortal. Caught off guard, it was especially hard to guard against. The transaction involves not just the earth exalt but upper Chen as well. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he was neither panicked nor flustered as he changed his stance with his right hand, substituting a sword with his finger as he stabbed out towards the crutch of the black-clothed brocade emperor. The sword resembled an azure dragon that stood out from the masses. As it soared, infinite baleful chi surged into the heavens. A sharp glow shot out from the body of the azure dragon, causing an all-encompassing blood-red light as it transformed into an incomparably brutal sword light that was filled with killing intent. Yan Zhaoge met the black-clothed brocade emperor's crutch with a slaying azure dragon. Yet, this sword contained even more of the sword intent of the prime clear lineage. It was not just the immortal slaughtering sword that killed. There was also the sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword that extinguished the Tao. The sword light concealed with sharpness temporarily stopped the crutch of the black-clothed brocade emperor. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's left hand continued exerting force with the cyclic heavenly seal. Beneath his palm, the long river of time seemed to be overturned. On one side was the beginning of earlier heaven while on the other was the end of later heaven. The rotation of creation, life and destruction used the jade clear cyclic heavenly seal as a link, connecting the fist of the grand clear lineage that symbolized the beginning and the sword of the prime clear lineage that symbolized the end. In the end, it turned into one of the most extreme transformations of the flipping sky seal, creation reversal. After analyzing the immortal exterminating sword, Yan Zhaoge had executed a move that was even more ferocious than when he had battled Qin Qianhua in the Eight Extremities world back then. Struck by the violent force, the black-clothed brocade emperor was directly sent tumbling backwards as even his walking stick was unable to continue. The body of a perfected immortal was difficult to harm in the mortal realm. While the black-clothed brocade emperor looked rather haggard, he was fine. But when the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even if Yan Zhaoge was willing to take the people of Yuanzhou city into consideration, the black-clothed brocade emperor would definitely have no such reservations. Thus, the moment the battle began, the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's auction came to an end. The cultivators who came to participate in the meeting and the other people of Yuanzhou city had long since fled. No one felt indignant about leaving their homeland. When perfected immortal experts fought, there was no reasoning in the mortal world. Everyone was more concerned about the outcome of this battle. Then they saw a scene they would never forget. The brocade emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality was repelled by Yan Zhaoge of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. If you are trying to analyze my Tai fist through this battle, there is no need for that, Your Majesty. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand. This Yan does not have to use the Tai fist. While the black-clothed brocade emperor had been defeated, after stabilizing himself, he said calmly, "It is fine. I have sufficient time. I will definitely be able to find a chance." Does the Heaven Emperor who has gone to the Royal Reed Sea have the same mentality as you? Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he suddenly asked, "If we ignore him, he will be happy to take the later Earth text. If someone does, he will slowly drag things out." The black-clothed brocade emperor said mildly, "I do not understand the matter of the Heaven Emperor." While smiling on the surface, Yan Zhaoge was decisively sending a sound transmission in secret. Contact my father immediately. The other party's target is not me or the dim radiant wheel or the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. Instead, it is my mother. They have definitely found a way to lock onto her position. Chapter 1147. Yan Di and the black-clothed brocade emperor could not coexist. His conflict with the upper exalt Qin Qianhua was due to personal reasons. Moreover, they did not have any personal grudges with the southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. There were two main points of conflict. Firstly, Yan Zhaoge had obtained the dim radiant wheel, becoming the successor of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Secondly, Yan Di's wife, Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had always been pursued by southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. As for other matters, like Yan Zhaoge establishing the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to help the Sword Sovereign, they were merely follow-up issues. Through the black-clothed brocade emperor's reaction and the other parties' various arrangements, Yan Zhaoge was now certain that the enemy's target was not him or the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. In that case, it could only be his mother, Xue Chuqing. All along, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had been conscious of this. It was very likely that the other party was trying to find Xue Chuqing through them. Conversely, they also had a way to secretly pay attention to the other party's reactions, hoping to find Xue Chuqing's whereabouts through this. From the looks of it now, the other party must have an accurate clue. It was because of this that he had contacted the black-clothed brocade emperor and the Heaven Emperor to split their forces to temporarily stall Yan Zhaoge and the others. There has been no movement from the northern exalt side. He is proficient in divination and was originally neutral. Now that he has suddenly interfered, it should be Chen Qianhua who cultivates in the origin heavenly scripture. Various thoughts rapidly flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. With Chen Qianhua helping to suppress Mother's half of the river diagram, it would be much easier for the Earth Exalt and the others to act. It's very likely that there are others involved. Daoist One Heaven, Lang Qing, or even Lian Zilin, the black-clothed brocade emperor vaguely sensed that Yan Zhaoge had sent a sound transmission to someone else, just that he was unsure of the contents. However, he didn't mind. The people who needed to consider this problem were Wang Jingcheng and the others. For the black-clothed brocade emperor, as long as he attempted to obstruct Yan Zhaoge here, he would have completed his deal. As for his personal goal, it was Yan Zhaoge's Tai fist. He did not care whether Wang Jingcheng and the others' plan could be completed or not. While he had already tried his best to overestimate Yan Zhaoge's strength, the results still surpassed his expectations. However, there was a difference between an immortal and a mortal after all. He wouldn't be in any danger, but the scene might be a little ugly. However, compared to the current situation, the black-clothed brocade emperor was more concerned about how he could force Yan Zhaoge to use the Tai fist. In addition, there was one more thing that he had to pay attention to. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not even have to guess to know where Wang Pu had gone and what he had gone to do. This Yen is untalented. My sword Dao cannot compare to senior brother Nyes, but I do know some sword techniques. Yan Zhaoge now said mildly, while I am not a disciple of Jade Capital Crag, due to the urgency of the situation, I am temporarily borrowing the origin opening sword. I believe that senior apprentice Uncle Yu will not blame me too much afterwards. Black-clothed brocade emperor, do you really think that you have plenty of time? At the very least, we have plenty for now. The black-clothed brocade emperor was unmoved. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Anyone would be able to guess that senior apprentice brother Wang would return to Jade Capital Crag to retrieve the sword. There would definitely be people obstructing him along the way. It is just that you don't have too many people to spare, right? Let me guess. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he did not cease in his actions as he directly sent another palm descending towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. The most likely person would probably be the Earth Spirit Lord, Li Juanxin. It's true that Li Juanxin's cultivation and strength are above senior brother Wang's, but his speed might not be as fast as senior brother Wang. With some effort, senior brother Wang should be able to shake him off. Yan Zhaoge struck out with a heavenly flipping seal which the black-clothed brocade emperor parried with the Taiji Yin-Yang palm. However, Yan Zhaoge's great shattering brightness fist immediately followed up, shattering that Yin-Yang Taiji. So, Your Majesty, do you really have that much time? The black-clothed brocade emperor's figure spun as he appeared near and distant at times. Since little friend Yan can guess so many things, you must be even more anxious than I am. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge laughed. That might not be the case. It wasn't that the Yan family didn't have any clues to search for Xue Chuqing. It was just that for the sake of Xue Chuqing's safety, they didn't want to do so. Now that it had come to the point of life and death, Yan Zhaoge believed that as long as his father received the news, he would definitely not hold anything back. By dispelling the power of the river diagram, Chen Qianhua had made things easier for Wang Jingcheng and the others as well as for Yan Di. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and the others had also been waiting for this day. Now, it all depended on who was faster and who could find Xue Chuqing first. The black-clothed brocade emperor said no more as he executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form, his figure turning as he evaded Yan Zhaoge's attack. A lofty true immortal was actually engaged in a battle of attrition with Yan Zhaoge now. While he would leave after just a touch, if Yan Zhaoge wanted to ignore him and leave, his attacks would immediately become fierce and vicious. The black-clothed brocade emperor refused to retreat in defeat as both sides fell into a stalemate. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, his gaze dim and cold. At the same time, on the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, the scenes from a few years ago replayed today. The radiance of the originally bright and beautiful sky suddenly dimmed. The sun, moon, and stars lost their radiance simultaneously. It was not that night had devoured day. Instead, it was that the sky up above had shockingly turned into the great earth at this moment. Below them was still the sea, and beneath the seawater was the land. Now, however, the original sky had turned into the land as well. At this moment, it was like there was no more sky, as only the earth remained. Below was the great earth, above was still the great earth. The vast royal reed sea that surged for tens of thousands of kilometers now seemed to be situated in an underground world, as it was surrounded by mud. As this familiar scene reappeared, everyone in the royal reed sea unconsciously looked upwards. There, an upside-down tree was rooted in the great earth up above. It was verdant and lush, its branches and leaves flickering with green light as they enveloped the great earth above and below. A formless pressure caused the world to fall silent as time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. It was none other than the Heaven Emperor who had descended. He was naturally paying attention to Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. Oh! Not only is Yen Zhaoge not here, that Yen Di is not here too. The Heaven Emperor was rather taken aback. Still, he was naturally happy to see this. While he was only worried about Yen Zhaoge unleashing the Earth Mother Tao ritual, if both Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were not here, it would definitely be the most convenient way for him to obtain the later Earth text without any obstruction at all. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone would be unable to replace him in unleashing the Earth Mother Tao ritual. For the Heaven Emperor, the later Earth text was naturally the most important. The upside-down tree that towered to the heavens vanished as a Taoist appeared in midair. He wore an apricot-yellow Taoist robe with a golden crown on his head and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade as he had 3 long strands of beard. This was none other than the Lord of Kunlun Mountain's illusory coming peak, the Heaven Emperor. Thinking that his long-cherished wish could finally be fulfilled, even someone of the Heaven Emperor's mental state felt rather emotional. Still, he suddenly halted just as he was about to stride forward. Gazing back, the Heaven Emperor saw a crevice shockingly splitting open on the great earth up above that was formed of thick earth. A sword light surged from within the crevice, cleaving apart the great earth with the momentum of opening the heavens and splitting the earth. Chapter 1148. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change as he silently watched that majestic swordlight break through the great earth above the royal reed sea. A handsome young man in black with a cold expression appeared in front of him. It was none other than the current southern exalt, Nie Jingshan. Please wait, Heaven Emperor, the swordlight retracted as Nie Jingshan stood in midair, looking completely ordinary. It was just like when he had appeared in the Royal Reed Sea during Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony several years ago. However, the Heaven Emperor clearly knew that this youth before him had already been extraordinary back then, and was even more so now. Seeing Nie Jingshan's appearance, the hearts of those of Broad Creed Mountain were at least half at ease. Why has Southern Nie come to the southeast? The Heaven Emperor asked casually. I've been entrusted by someone to look after it for a while. Nie Jingshan said coldly, this is to prevent some rascals from taking advantage of the situation to steal. The Heaven Emperor was not angered as he just said mildly, since when did the later Earth text become Broad Creed Mountain's private property? But it was never something that belonged to you, Big Dry Emperor. Nie Jingshan retorted. Broad Creed Mountain's later Earth text is of little use. This humble Taoist will be able to display a much greater effect. While I dare not say that I will definitely be able to advance further, I will at least have hope of becoming a profound immortal. The Heaven Emperor gazed down at the surface of the sea. If the 3 sovereigns know of this, they will probably support this humble Taoist. This is beneficial to our orthodox Taoism as a whole. Heaven Emperor, even if you have 1,000 reasons, this Nie will not be able to convince this Nie. Nie Jingshan said mildly, this Nie has always helped those close to him rather than reason. Hearing his words, the Heaven Emperor finally knit his brows slightly. However, Nye Jingshan did not seem to mind. Moreover, it is hard to say whether your reason is correct or not. There is no need for words between us. At the end of the day, it is impossible for me to just watch from the sidelines because of a few words from you. Or will you just leave because of a few words from me? Southern Nya must be joking. The later Earth text is of great importance to this humble Taoist. I will naturally not let it go just like that. The Heaven Emperor shook his head lightly. Since that is so, we will indeed have to fight it out. Nye Jingshan's expression did not change as he just raised his head and looked up. Please, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor nodded and strode forward, his figure rising into the sky. The great earth above his head melted, the light of day once more visible. The Heaven Emperor strode amidst space, vaguely temporarily breaking away from the world beyond worlds. Nye Jingshan rose up as well. If they went all out in their battle, it would cause too much damage to the surrounding environment. However, they didn't have to worry about this once they were in the outer realm. Let me see how much of the Sword Emperor's legacy you have inherited. Emperor Qian raised his palm and instantly appeared in front of Nye Jingshan. His palms seemed to move 1,000 mountains, suppressing Nye Jingshan's body. In the void, there was a formless pressure that could squeeze Mount Meru into a mustard seed. Nye Jingshan watched this scene calmly. His left hand made a sword gesture and the awakening celestial sword at his waist was unsheathed. It wasn't bright, but it was incomparably majestic. The sword light seemed to have split open the chaotic primeval universe. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind surged in all directions and then calmed down. Yin and Yang were separated. When the primordial world first opened, clear chi floated up and turbid chi fell. A brand new world of creation was created. The universe was opened up. In this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was unstoppable. One sword opening the heavens, sweeping everything in its path. The surrounding pressure that trapped Nye Jingshan instantly disappeared. The majestic sword light continued forward, heading straight for the Heaven Emperor. The jade illusory heaven opening sword lives up to its reputation. Emperor Qian shifted space-time and avoided the sword light. His figure turned and didn't retreat. Instead, he instantly appeared in front of Nye Jingshan. The wide sleeve of his robe opened and enveloped Nye Jingshan. Space-time was reversed in the sleeve, creating a scene of chaos. It was the great mystique of the sleeve. Being enveloped by this mystique, Nye Jingshan felt himself become infinitely small, while the world in front of him became infinitely large. He couldn't help but be swallowed by the wide sleeve of the robe. Open! Nye Jingshan shouted and the sword light suddenly changed. The majestic process of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was actually reversed at this moment, returning to the pre-celestial stage. Nye Jingshan retracted the sword light. At the same moment, it bloomed again. Another sword, the wondrous scene of opening the heavens and splitting the earth appeared again. Even the sword sovereign at the same cultivation level can't compare to such a sword attack speed, right? Moreover, there are no signs when he attacks. In an instant, it's like the sword of a flying immortal. The Heaven Emperor had once witnessed the battle between Nye Jingshan and Qin Qianhua. He knew that Nye Jingshan was extraordinary. Not only is his cultivation speed shocking, he is also extremely strong in actual combat. Is this the profundity of the pre-celestial nascent form? However, there were some things that couldn't be seen by spectators. Only by personally experiencing it could one understand it.
Nye Jingshan attacked with his sword. Graceful streams of air rushed out. As they intertwined, they vaguely condensed into a phantom. Under the shroud of the phantom, the sword light seemed to have turned into an object that seemed like a banner yet not a banner, like an axe yet not an axe. As the sword descended, the hazy darkness was completely split apart by the bright splendor. Boundless astral winds appeared. They were between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, warm and biting cold. Within the contradiction, there was boundless profundity and terrifying power. Where the astral winds passed, they forcibly stopped the chaotic space-time in the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. However, right after that, boundless thick earth appeared. It was also between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, as if it could support all things, but also as if it could crush and shatter the world. The usually sharp and fierce edge of the sword actually revealed a domineering aura that could crush everything. It was as if the Kunlun Mountains were collapsing, the grand heavenly Tao heavens were collapsing. Nie Jingshan's sword light seemed like it could never be destroyed, it could never be worn down, it would never weaken. As a result, it was indestructible and hard to block. Whoever dared to block it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would definitely be crushed. The Heaven Emperor was stunned. The world in his sleeve had actually been forcibly sliced apart. The world before Nie Jingshan's eyes returned to normal. With a leap, he escaped from the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He retracted his sword light and released it again, immediately chopping towards the Heaven Emperor. This is the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword. The Heaven Emperor was slightly shocked. As his thoughts raced, he decided not to dodge, purposefully taking Nie Jingshan's sword. The body of a true immortal was hard to injure in the mortal world. However, the Heaven Emperor's figure wavered from Nie Jingshan's attack, his waist even arched slightly, as if he could not bear the burden. Although the Heaven Emperor was prepared, he still felt uncomfortable. He originally wanted to rely on his advantage in cultivation to defeat his opponent with a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, as his body wavered, he still grasped the chance to counterattack Nie Jingshan. However, after Nie Jingshan's sword had failed, he immediately retracted his sword light. Streams of illusory chi interweaved, formless and formless, once again blocking the Heaven Emperor's attack. Where the sword light passed, it completely broke apart the Heaven Emperor's attack formed of immortal chi. Nie Jingshan's domineering sword opened a new path. No matter how many techniques you used, I would break them all with a single sword. The Heaven Emperor's figure shifted through space-time, temporarily pulling apart the distance between him and Nie Jingshan.
True immortals are leakless, it is indeed not a lie. Nie Jingshan pointed his sword. The Heaven Emperor sized up the black-clothed youth in front of him, only speaking after a long time, pre-celestial eternal, never falling to post-celestial, so this is the true meaning of pre-celestial eternal, never falling to post-celestial eternal. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.